stood, righteous and wise, led by the Spirit with heaven in his eyes. Long had he waited, heart firm and still, promised by God he would witness his will. Then through the temple he saw the child, the hope of nations, so pure, so mild. Now let me go, my watch is done, my eyes have seen the promised one. Salvation shines, a radiant flame, prepared for all in Jesus' name. A light to the lost, a sword to the soul, revealer of hearts and the glory foretold. There stood a woman, Anna by name, old in her years, but steady in flame. She fasted, she prayed, she dwelled in grace, a witness of God in the holy place. Then joy arose, her voice rang free, declaring the Christ for all to see. Oh, sing, oh, rise, Jerusalem, redemption comes through Bethlehem. The child is here, the veil will break, the dawn has come, the world will wake. He is Lord, the Messiah, the great I am, whom we lift higher. The light has come, the darkness fades. He reigns in truth, he comes to save. Now it is mine, this holy hour. I choose the cross, I yield to his power. Forever Lord, forever Messiah. With all I am, I lift you high.
And here we are. Unfortunately, not the most enjoyable topic, but a topic we must cover nevertheless. Because there's been a lot of, let's just say, outright lies going around about this event, this terrorist attack that has happened, and they're still trying to spread it as much as possible. I am joined by Thaddeus from Recent Answers. You want to say hi to everybody?
Hello, hello. Thanks for having me on. Of course, the terrorist attack is not an enjoyable subject, but Ali Dawah trying to talk about anything can be unintentionally enjoyable from all the laughter it causes. So we'll see. We'll see. I haven't pre-watched the clip or anything, so I don't actually know, but Ali Dawah does tend to provide some unintentional humor now and then.
So yeah, we got clips from Ali Dawah. We've got clips, of course, from Daniel Hikikachu. They're both jumping on this as fast as possible in order to try to shift it into a good light. For those of you that aren't aware, what has happened was there was an attack in Sydney by 2 armed gunmen. Yes, this happened in a gun-free zone. This was specifically targeting Jews that were there to celebrate. And there were 2 Muslim. The 2 attackers were Muslim. They were there, open fire. One Muslim man that wasn't part of the attack jumped in and wrestled the gun from one of the gunsmen, ended up getting shot in the process. So the major question that keeps being asked around is, well, which is really representing Islam? Is it the gunman or the hero who's jumped in to save people. Now, it takes guts to do that. It takes gumption to do that. Congrats on him for doing that. That is very good. Very good on him. Unfortunately, I don't think Muhammad would have been very pleased with you. So at least that is
it kind
my
of depends, I guess, right? Like which phase of Islam is in place in Australia, all right? Because Muhammad had different teachings at different times. What was ever most convenient for his circumstance? So there is a possibility that Muhammad would be like, yes, that's exactly what you should do. You should have tried to exert power when you don't have any. So that's a possibility. Now, of course, ultimately, Islam's goal is to subjugate the whole world, or as they put it, bring people to submission to Allah, right? That is the goal of Islam. However, Muhammad was, in addition to many other things, he was a practical guy in that he didn't believe that his God would allow him to be victorious when he was small in numbers. So he was very practical and said, when we're in small in numbers, we need to just be very peaceful and be very friendly to everyone. We'll wait till we get larger numbers, then we'll move on that. So there is a possibility that Muhammad would be like, yes, exactly. Those people were foolish.
Yep. So it's a question of power. Does he have enough power to get away with murder, or hey, you can't do it, so don't even try. So, but of course, the Muslims here are pivoting pretty quickly to it is all a Jewish conspiracy. These are
because we had three apparent Muslims involved, two of which were working for the state of Israel, obviously.
So see, that's what it is. It's actually Israel and the IDF who's doing it according to the Muslims. Don't take my word for it. Let's go ahead and pull up a couple of clips here, just so you know we're not manipulating anything or lying about it.
Okay, two brothers and sisters and dear friends, hope you guys are well, inshallah. So as you guys know, we exposed Patrick Bet-David, the absolute scumbag, intellectual midget, absolute fraud, the Ponzi scheme artist. That's what he's known for. So alhamdulillah, brothers and sisters, they are in utter shock that a
real quick dump there, like, oh my gosh. Okay, no.
There's a kind of self-contradictory, right? You can't run a Ponzi scheme and also be incredibly stupid, right? It's not a good thing to do, but it does take some intelligence. So either he's a scammer or he's stupid, or neither, but you can't be both because that doesn't really work.
See, that's the case. And even with their approach to Israel, that's the same case, because they act as if Israel is this stupid group of people, but at the same time, they completely control every aspect of everyone's lives and can make anything happen. But obviously, they're too stupid to cover their tracks. They like contradictions. That's what I'm going to come to, and that's one of the reasons why they like Islam so much. Is there are so many of those in the Quran and the Hadith. But we'll be taking a look at some of them later on.
And by the way, the last time Ali Dawah successfully exposed something in a non-Al-Zut sense was never. This guy lacks the intellectual ability to expose anything.
I was just about to say, be careful on your words here. Him exposing things could be an issue, okay? We do have YouTube guidelines to try to facilitate. I like playing loosey-goosey with them, but not that loosey-goosey. I don't need that imagery in my head. So, Ali Dawah, please don't go the way of Al-Zut. Thank you very much.
Muslim done what Islam tells him to do to save lives, alhamdulillah. And that's what he done. But brothers and sisters, Candace Owens spoke about this about a week ago. In the screenshot you see in front of me, clearly saying that there will be a 9/11 style attack in December. Yes? And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. Now
I did not cut that off early. He goes ahead and continues on to another section. He forgot to put the screenshot up. Yes, he made a big deal about it and then forgot to put the screenshot. Don't worry, we do have that later because every Muslim Dawahist seems to be praising Candace Owens for predicting that this would happen. So we'll go ahead and look at a different one that has the screenshot. And then we can examine what she actually said and say, does that actually line up with what happened? It might be a little bit different. So, like I mean,
the question, if that's what she said, right? I don't know what she said, but if she said a 9/11 style attack, this was nothing like 9/11, not remotely the same in purpose or in methodology. The only similarity being that it was Muslim terrorism.
I got 4 similarities between the two. These are rock solid similarities. There's 4 of them. I also have like 7 things that are absolutely nothing alike, but the 4 are the ones they're going to focus on.
I just think it's funny that Ali Dawah and other Muslims they suddenly are in love with Candace Owens because she's kind of gone off the deep end and she's a crazy conspiracy nut, and they're like, yes, this is what we need to embrace. We need more people like her in Islam. We need our own Candace Owens in Islam.
It looks like simping to me. Looks like they're just simping and trying to get another one of the wives in the background, if at all possible.
Question that people have been asking, and many have proposed this conclusion that this was another false flag. This was another false flag event. It just so convenient.
Yeah, because he thinks that Candace is right about Charlie Kirk being assassinated. That was actually Israel who was behind it.
Oh, okay.
And the wife is involved.
I don't know how that would be a false flag exactly, though, right? Because for it to be a false flag, it has to draw sympathy to Israel, right? To be an Israeli false flag, which the death of Charlie Kirk, well, did a lot of things. It certainly didn't make people be like, oh, the poor Jews, they're being attacked, because he wasn't a Jew or sympathetic to Israel. Generally speaking, he was, fairly moderate, had a pretty middle of the road position on Israel. So it doesn't do anything for Israel. So why in the world are they going after him for a false flag purpose? I don't know. Now, as far as I know, there's never been proven any false flag. This is just conspiracy nonsense in general. Right? I've never seen a proven instance of anyone attacking their own group to draw sympathy to their group that's been proven. It's just a conspiracy thing that people say. But apparently it's another one.
Yeah, but it seems that for some reason these guys are jumping on it left and right and center. That she predicted this, and therefore there was some sort of hidden knowledge that she could obviously see this, so she's right about this being some sort of staged event.
Conveniently serves a Zionist interest, so convenient that all of these events, these mass shootings or whatever, they fall into the interests. They serve the interests of the Zionist state. Is that a coincidence? Maybe. I don't know. We're going to analyze that question in this stream. And what was very interesting as well is that Candace Owens, back in November, tweeted that there was going to be a major false flag in the second week of December. So what Candace Owens tweeted back in November, and people pulled up that tweet and they were quite surprised because a lot of Zionists were laughing at Candace Owens saying, oh, well, where was the false flag? Where was the...
A lot of people of all varieties were laughing at her.
Yeah, it's not just the Zionist guys. There's a lot to laugh at when she goes off her deep end and starts really just you realize she's been off her meds for way too long, and there's a reason why some people are medicated.
But
the mass casualty,
for her to know that there's going to be a false flag, right? She would have to be told. So who exactly is telling her, right? She's not exactly friendly to Israel. So why in the world is the Israeli government telling her their secret plot that no one else knows about? And then she's just tweeting it out for the world to see. What?
Well,
What?
it's
it-
actually a divine prophecy that Allah is giving her,
I
according
guess.
to these guys.
I mean, that would be more plausible. Not that either is remotely plausible, but I mean, her like having a secret prophecy would be more plausible than Israel intentionally telling her their plans so that she can broadcast them to the world.
Or she just looked at what was going on and she made a wild guess.
Mm-hmm. And I can make a prediction. There's going to be Muslim terrorist attacks in Nigeria, several more before the year's over. Now, I can pretend they're false flags or whatever, right? I can add whatever additional information I want to that. But it doesn't take much to predict that there's going to be a Muslim terrorist attack somewhere in the world in a given week, because there are multiple Muslim terrorist attacks somewhere in the world every week.
Yeah. So there's a couple of quick questions. Just housekeeping. Yes, there's 2 live streams on my channel right now. There's a new option within StreamYard and YouTube, to my understanding, where you can do both at the same time, which is interesting. So I don't know if it actually helps or it harms. I figured I'd try it for a bit and see what happens. Let's see if they push it or they don't. Don't know. We'll find out. Sometimes you just got to do trial
hard
and
to
error.
say. I just saw that on my, you're not even in StreamYard. I just saw it on YouTube Studio. It said, we can now split your live stream into vertical and horizontal formats. I'm like, no, thanks. But because in my case, right, here it works, right? Because StreamYard actually repositions us. But if you just use the YouTube, it's just going to crop the center out and we wouldn't be on screen, right? You'd just see Daniel on screen and that's all you'd see. So,
and who wants to see that, man? That would be a nightmare. Your
yeah,
YouTube would tank.
Although the 6-year-old audience might skyrocket from all his outreach to young children.
Powerful.
Event that you're predicting back in November, you're just talking a lot of nonsense, Candace Owens, and then this happens, within the same time frame that she is describing. So this is, I'll show you the tweet.
Random nut makes 100 predictions a year. One comes true. It's the proof.
So obviously Candace Owens has been target number 1 of the Zionists.
And yet they told her their secret plot.
The world's number 1 anti-Semite, maybe behind Tucker Carlson, because she has the number 1 podcast in the world.
And yet, for some reason, this extremely powerful organization that seems to run everything in the complete world can't seem to stop her or find out how to unplug the power from her studio, because, well, I mean, or drop her from the internet, or prevent her in any way from doing this.
Yeah, I mean, or just send their Muslim assassins after her, right?
Yes. Again, his mindset is Israel is this powerful. They can do anything they want, and they can openly do it and get away with it because plenty of people will just follow it. So why is there a loud objection? When Islam comes into power, it does not allow any objection. It kills off its objectors. So why wouldn't they expect Israel to do the same if that's the same mindset that they're putting on them?
Well, and not only that, not only did she somehow find out about this and broadcast it to the world, but apparently Israel was powerful enough to pull this off, keep it secret from everyone about her, including the perpetrators, right? The perpetrators, well, one of them died on the scene, but the other is still alive. And as far as I know, they haven't said that they are working for Israel or anything. So keep it from them as well. But for some reason, not powerful enough to delay it a week or move it up a week so that she wouldn't be correct.
See, here we go. We got another prediction right here. Water will be wet.
Powerful. You must have secret knowledge from the Jews.
Somehow.
Number 1 or number 2. And she is just constantly criticizing Israel and accusing them of perpetrating false flags to perpetuate their genocide. So here's the tweet.
Yeah, all that's reason to not believe that she had inside information. He just said she's constantly accusing them of this. Yeah, so she's constantly making the same prediction. One time there's an attack on Jewish people, and you say, oh, this is the proof that she actually does have knowledge. What? How does that work? You just said she says this all the time.
Exactly. So she's throwing out darts left and right, and this one just happened to stick in a way that they can use it. So decided to run with it. So let's see what the actual tweet is here. Let's see what he has to say about it.
They have been signaling that a 9/11 style attack is coming the second week of December. Save this tweet; it will age well. So a lot of people are saying,
well, let's see how it aged, because guess what? We are kind of in the second week. I would have said we were like in the third week. Okay, was you gonna say the full week since it started on a Monday? Fine. Okay, fine. Let's see, 9/11. So is Candace Owens right about this? So there are some similarities. Like I said, I saw 5 similarities between this attack and 9/11. The similarities are both were terrorist attacks. Okay, yeah, that's check. One. They targeted citizen. They were both intended
of a terrorist attack, though.
Similarity. Okay, that's 2. Let me think. They both wanted to cause mass casualties. There's that.
Okay.
That's the intent. And Muslims did both, because that's about it.
And that's human beings. Human beings were involved.
Yeah, so just to think how incredibly, and Ali Dawah mirrored this. He said that this is the same, that it's just the same sort of style. The answer is no, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically the same, bro. One is a random shooting, right? Well, not random, I guess, targeted shooting on Jewish people. The other is hijacking 4 airplanes and running them into landmarks associated with American capitalism. Yeah, very, very similar. Very similar. I could barely tell the difference between these two.
Yeah, it's not even the same nation. Okay, they can't even get the nation right. 2 completely different nations being attacked. Casualty wise, there's like, in the attack in Sydney, there was 15 casualties. In the 9/11, there were almost 3K people that died. So 3,000 people died, lost their lives approximately. And 19 of those were the hijackers. There were more terrorists in the 9/11 attack than there were casualties, including the terrorists who died in the Sydney attack. So not even close. Methods of attack, of course.
That's actually an excellent point, right? Because 9/11 was very well planned, right? It took years to plan. They had people going through pilot training, being in the United States for a very long, extended period as sleeper cells, targeting very high profile targets that have nothing to do with Judaism, by the way. I will point out. Clearly an attack on the U.S. government or the U.S. way of life. And then you have, I don't know how much planning was actually involved, but something that wouldn't really require any planning, right? You could, in principle, see in the newspaper that there's going to be a Jewish celebration at X location tomorrow, grab your guns, and go shoot at people. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, because I don't know, but in principle, you could, right? It wouldn't require any planning. There's no way you could do 9/11 without extensive planning. So similarities, Both are Muslim terrorist attacks. That's the only legitimate comparison between the two. So unless you're saying every Muslim terrorist attack is a 9/11 style terrorist attack, and those words have absolutely no meaning whatsoever, right? They don't tell us anything about how the terrorist attack was done, where it was done, why it was done, who was targeted, or anything else, then yes, they are very similar. But if you add any facts to the situation whatsoever, the tweet did not, in fact, age well.
No, I mean, this, even like you're saying, the scope alone, we have a comment there in the live chat saying it probably took about 5 to 10 years to plan for 9/11. And I mean, a father and son could do this. They could pick a target, maybe a couple of weeks prep. Maybe they have to get the guns beforehand because this is a nation with extremely high gun control laws, by the way. Yeah, those didn't seem to help very much now, did they? Just putting that out there.
Well, you don't know. Maybe there would have been 20 people killed if they had loose gun controls. Or there would have been 2 terrorist attacks on the same day. I mean, you just don't know. Obviously, criminals are going to get guns regardless of the laws.
Or the actual Muslim hero here could have actually been armed himself and could have actually taken out the gunman instead of running up there, putting his life in danger, getting shot 5 times just to wrestle the gun away. It would have been much better if you could have just taken him out to begin with. Again, I am fine. If you decide that you want to kill innocent people, your life is forfeit. So, yeah, so just no comparison between the two. So Candace Owens, nope. She did not predict this in any way, shape, or form. In fact, her prediction is absolutely and completely fraudulent.
By the way, her tweet just said they. I don't know who they is, but does she think that 9/11 was perpetrated by Jewish people or Israel?
Yeah, probably, knowing some of the tweets she puts out. So they have been signaling that a 9/11 style attack, which this is nowhere close to the same style, is coming in the second week of December. Save this tweet. It will age well.
Because if I didn't know that Candace Owens put this out, I would assume they would be Muslims, right? Because that's who's responsible for 9/11. So I don't know why Israel would be signaling that they will be doing a 9/11 style attack themselves. I guess that they're just so powerful that they brainwash Muslims into doing these things. And for some reason, they wanted to target New York City, which is the highest concentration of Jews in the United States, for their attack on what was obviously aimed at the U.S. government for some reason, even though, according to all these nutcases, the United States is the most evil nation in the world because it supports Israel. I guess second most evil behind Israel because it supports Israel, but that's why Israel wanted to attack the U.S. government because they don't want support. I mean, what is this? What is this? This makes literally no sense.
It's the master plan. You see, instead of attacking the people who are trying to kill you, you see, you turn your guns on your supporters and gun them down, and then they throw more money at you or something like that. That's the logic here. That's the logic that definitely Candace is putting out. And yes, I'm pretty sure she does believe that 9/11 was done by Israel, not the Muslim terrorists who actually did it.
Yeah, you know, they just managed to keep all of the co-conspirators, right? Someone earlier said there was 19 people who were indicted as co-conspirators. They just somehow managed to keep them all silent, and none of them revealed that they've been paid off by Israel to do this, when they could have made their worst enemy, right, as Muslims, made their worst enemy, Israel, look really bad by claiming that. They could have been like that nutcase who attacked Hatun a few years ago and yelled, "I'm a Christian," as he's being carted away. And all the Muslims would be like, "See, he admitted he's a Christian." So they could have just said, "Israel paid us," and all the Muslims would be like, "This is the proof Israel paid them to do it." But apparently they were not interested in that for some reason. as they
that would be too
got
much.
death sentences and ended up being executed. You know, they just kept the silence about Israel to their graves.
After all, yeah, people definitely would die for a lie. En masse.
A lie that undermines their own cause, no less.
Yeah, well, a lie here, a lie there. They're all kind of the same, right? So, yeah, that it makes no logical sense at all. You have to throw logic out the window. You have to feel like you're, have a IQ of like 50 or something like that, according to. But after all, Daniel Hikichu says that's
cause of marriage. Cause of marriage.
Yep. And high IQ is bad because it'll make you leave Islam.
No wonder they're glazing Candace so much. They're like, she would make a great Muslim. She's incredibly stupid, like us.
Yep. She'll buy anything. So let's go ahead and butter her up. Let's see what else Daniel has to say about this.
It's the second week of December, and we have this very suspicious type of event, alleged mass casualty event,
alleged mass.
Oh, there, he just downplays everything. Everything's just alleged. There's allegedly people who died in this. They were allegedly Muslims who attacked. Allegedly, this thing happened. It's like, dude, this thing happened.
So what? This took place in the metaverse or something? AI generated? I mean, what the heck? How can you say allegedly casualties? You can say allegedly Muslim shooters, I suppose. But how can you say allegedly casualties?
No, he likes adding on. He's trying to spin it that this was all conspiracy and that no one actually died and the shooters. He questions everything about the shooters later on in this video. This was one of the later ones that he's uploaded. I don't have the full clip for us to go through today, but yeah, he just he shows his absolute ignorance on how firearms work in general. He's an idiot. Please, no one give this guy a gun because he would shoot himself.
He's an idiot.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, Daniel uploaded this YouTube video, right? Everything is just alleged. So allegedly, Daniel uploaded this YouTube video you're playing for us. We have no way of verifying that he actually uploaded this, however. And this could have been anyone at any time, or maybe we just imagined the whole thing. Who knows? Maybe Israel planted this on his channel and he didn't actually upload it.
It's all AI. That's the answer.
It'd be the first intelligence on his channel
of the Jewish community. And this is what Candace Owen has said. She's also the biggest proponent of Charlie Kirk's assassination being a false flag, and heavily implies that it's a Middle Eastern government involved. Heavily implies, even though I'm not sure she explicitly
do these people even know
that,
what false flag means?
Israeli intelligence is involved. No. So this is why Candace Owens is the world's #1 anti-Semite.
Well, I do agree with her being a big anti-Semite. I wouldn't put her up there as number
by number one he means
mind
most
you.
Popular. That could be true. That could definitely be true. Unfortunately, but I mean, someone's got to be #1. Ali Dawah would like it to be him for sure, but Candace is definitely a bit more popular than Ali Dawah. I don't understand how a Middle East government killing Charlie Kirk would actually be a false flag, though, right? So either that's a Muslim government or it's Israel, and either way, how would that be a false flag, right? That would just be a terrorist attack or assassination. It wouldn't be a false flag. And for it to be a false flag, it has to generate sympathy for your cause, and it's not generating sympathy for Muslims. It's not generating sympathy for Israel. So I don't know how it's supposed to be a false flag.
So wait, they actually vote on this thing and they actually give out awards saying, yes, you're the #1 anti-Semite. I don't doubt it. There probably is like, hey, these people have done the most damage for it. Holy cow. Is there like an award for the most Islamophobic person, top enemy of Islam? Because I'd be interested to see that one.
Yeah, I'm curious. Is that like the Dawah Awards? I mean, it might be. It seems like a
Might be at this
category they'd
point.
have at the Dawah Awards. Greatest hater of the Jews goes to, and a huge upset, not a Muslim this year.
So, okay. Well, in all this, though, if she were to predict that this exactly were to happen, would you say that they would be praising her for this, that this would be a good thing according to them?
I mean, I don't know how. So, I mean, the whole thing makes no sense. So it's a little hard to predict, but if she had predicted it, then I guess they would have to praise her, saying that she revealed Israel's plans and they couldn't do anything. She's more powerful than Israel or something. I don't know exactly. Because again, she published this publicly, got a lot of attention. All they had to do is delay it a couple days, and then she would have been wrong, right? So they couldn't delay it a couple days, apparently, even though they brainwashed these two individuals allegedly shoot people and allegedly kill them. We just have no idea whether that actually took place or not. Maybe it's just all creation of the Jewish media and nothing actually happened. They just wrote a story that about a fictional place and a fictional event. In that case, it wouldn't be a 9/11 style terrorist attack. It would just be fan fiction of one. I don't know. Anyway, I guess you'd have to praise her.
So she was designated 2024's anti-Semite of the year. They need to rename that just like the Hitler of the Year award. That would be so much better.
Yeah.
Watchdog organizations. Yeah. Okay. Well, then in that case, I guess she actually did earn that. I'd say that, yes, seems by her content playing out.
I don't know, though. I mean, there's still Hassan Piker. It's a close call between the two of them, and to be honest here.
Oh, that is true. So, but it looks like the votes were already in. She got 30K votes. So I don't know what the amount of people voting.
I wonder if she told her audience to go and stuff the ballot. Guys, go vote for me. I'm up for a major award.
I wouldn't put it past her. I wouldn't put it past her. So going back to the topic, though, they said based upon this very vague statement that she put, and they tried to align as much as possible and give her credit for predicting this, giving this prophecy, and it coming true. Daniel, just a little bit later, pointed out someone else who gave basically, I would say that she just gave a guess. This guy gives a warning based on actual intel of an Islamic attack that was going to be coming to Australia in the near future based upon what Australia has been doing, and they condemn him for this. So it's like, okay, for Candace, you're parading her around saying that she's done this great thing. For this other guy, you condemn him.
Because
they both predict the same thing.
Predicted this would happen. Now, I mean, again, he might not actually have real intel. I don't know anything, right? He may or may not have had real information. It could have just been a blind guess that happened to be right. I mean, there's millions of people making millions of blind guesses every day. Someone's going to get something right. So, and selection bias, all the false predictions, they just are ignored. And then in retrospect, the true prediction is elevated and said, this guy must know something. So I don't actually know what the case is here, but you'd think they'd both have to be praised, right? They'd both have to receive the same outcome, saying, aren't these people so smart? Or if they want to stick to it all being Israel, they could be like, see, this guy was hinting that Muslims were going to do it because he works for Israel. And Candace revealed the truth. It was really Israel, not Muslims.
So that is the accusation there. We'll take a look at that shortly. But yes, that would be the case between the two. And I'd just say that he's making a guess. It doesn't take a genius to put two to two together. But here we go.
100%.
Like I said, I predict there'll be many Muslim
Israel's
terrorist
in.
attacks next year. Probably over 365, i.e. more than one a day on average. I predict there'll be next year in the world. We'll have to check back next December to see if I was correct.
Yeah, write that down. We'll take a look. I'd say yes, because they are getting more and more desperate. And as Islam gets more and more desperate, they resort to violence more and more. But let's see what he has to say about this other person who looked at the evidence and said, you're going to have a terrorist attack here pretty soon.
Interests. What Israel wants to do, which is get the Western populations to push their government to support invading Iran and inciting regime change in Iran. Sounds like that's exactly what Israel wants. And the exact opposite of what Iran wants.
And that's why Israel's over there shooting up a bunch of Jews. Yeah, that would be why he's saying that.
Why would a terrorist attack against some Jews in Australia motivate the United States to overthrow the Iranian regime exactly? I don't follow. I don't see how this is connected, even in their conspiracy theory.
Well, you see, it's very simple. The answer is
magic Jew blood. Magic Jew blood.
Magic Jew blood.
I see.
That would be the answer. The magic Jew blood.
Now, hypothetically speaking, right? If Israel wanted to do something to make Iran look bad so that people were motivated to overthrow the Iranian regime, and Iran is their neighbor, why not just stage a fake terrorist attack in Israel? Especially since they have much greater control there than in Australia, where you have all kinds of police and stuff that could intervene and stop things. All kinds of ways it could go wrong. You could just create pure propaganda claiming there was a massive terrorist attack in, Tel Aviv or another city in Israel, and just show a bunch of footage that's been gathered of missile attacks over the last 5 years or something, and pretend that it was all from this week. You wouldn't even have to kill anyone, and you'd have complete control over it. That seems like it'd be a lot more effective and a lot easier to pull off than attacking a random group of people celebrating Hanukkah on literally the other side of the world.
But Thaddeus, stop thinking about this. Remember, this is a people, according to Daniel Kikachu, who are supposed to be very low intelligence. I'm talking about the Muslims are supposed to be very low intelligence, so they're supposed to buy anything that's sold to them.
Got it.
So how does this make any sense? This is like, are we supposed to be like, we're supposed to turn off our brains? Like, are we supposed to pretend like we're just
apparently to believe
IQ
you
and go for the narrative?
Wait, wasn't he just saying that in the debate that low IQ is a good thing, and he prefers low IQ people? Now he's here in a video complaining about this, saying, what do they expect us to be? Low IQ people? Well, maybe if you didn't parade this around on stage, yeah, they would kind of not expect it. But you're the one who's parading it around on stage, so yeah, we kind of would expect you not to have a high IQ. Definitely when you say that you prefer these type of people.
The irony here, right? He proposes some ridiculous nonsense, and then he says, what are we supposed to do? Just believe whatever nonsense they're selling to us?
Like we have a low IQ or something like that?
By the way, we in the Muslim world celebrate low IQ.
You're not
We're just
selling me
to
on
turn
you
off
having a
our
high
brains
IQ.
and blindly accept whatever the media is telling us. What a strange comment.
You guys cannot make this stuff up. It hasn't even been like 3 months since this debate. It's like the debate was not that long ago, and he proudly declared there that he prefers low IQ people, because if you're high IQ people, then you would leave Islam. But I guess 50 is his limit. So like between what he classifies low IQ and 50, there's like a little gap there that's like, this is the golden space where you're stupid enough to take Islam, but you're not too stupid for him. Because that's basically what he's at here. That's what he's arguing.
So I got a short for you, Eric. Take the clips of Daniel praising low IQ and then play this clip of him saying, what, are we low IQ or something?
Oh.
Yeah, it's Muslims.
Okay.
We got a low IQ on average. Not me. I'm not saying that. Don't take me out of context. I'm not saying that. That's Daniel saying that. That's Daniel. And then he says, what? You just expect us Muslims to believe this? Like we have a low IQ or something?
I do want to highlight something here. This is what happens when you don't actually care about, one, having integrity, or two, the truth in any way, shape, or form, where you think that lying is completely acceptable. You can say something one week and then flip on yourself the next week because you don't care about keeping things consistent. You don't care about having, like I said, integrity between, oh, well, I did say that I like low IQ people and it's a good thing that people have low IQ. As soon as it is inconvenient, I just throw that under the rug. I'm a dishonest person. So no, high IQ leads you to Christianity in the end, period. That's something that's been proven throughout history. But yeah, and I'd say I would agree with Daniel in the debate saying that if you don't have low IQ, then you won't be able to be a Muslim, because you will have to reject Islam if you get above a certain IQ level. And the IQ level they were arguing was that a basic management. The requirement for you to be able to have basic management skills. So these are your champions, Islam. These are the people that are being put forth as the example, as the best of your argument presenters, your best debaters. I'm not impressed, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm entertained. Don't get me wrong. I'm entertained. I'm just not impressed.
That they're pushing. And this was a, some people are calling this a smoking gun. But this is basically, what's his face, Netanyahu, threatening Australia. So Australia decided in September to recognize the Palestinian state, despite Netanyahu warning them that if you do this, there's going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of anti-Semitism arising because of this. And what do you know? It seems like a lot of these things happening are matching Netanyahu's prediction perfectly.
Yeah, because Israel's the one behind it, according to this logic. So there he is. He's threatening, Israel's threatening Australia with this supposed attack. It couldn't possibly be that he's just looking at it and saying, well, these guys seem to blow up every nation they go to. And they seem to have a lot of terrorist attacks because, well, they keep killing non-Muslims, which, by the way, we'll get into that later about is that actually Islamic or not. But it seems to be a trend here. Guys, if you accept this and welcome these guys in, there's a good chance you're going to have a terrorist attack. Oh, you see, there was a terrorist attack, and here he was threatening them. Yeah. No, he was just saying that just A plus B equals C. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
So I have 2 comments. The first one is trivial, but is anyone else like extremely annoyed every time you watch Daniel and how he like half laughs every sentence? Like,
I know.
My name is
I was
Daniel. Very strange. Very strange.
I didn't even pick it up that it was supposed to be a laugh. I told Elle about it. I was like, man, this guy needs to get this medical. He needs to get to some medical attention because he seems to have a breathing issue here. That seems to be like every sentence. He's got this like gasping thing he does. Man, he just needs to seek some medical attention. I was really concerned when I was at the debate with him and he's doing this. I'm like, man, does he need more water? Are we going to need to have the paramedics out to check this guy out? Because, man, what's wrong with him? And then Elle's like, oh, no, he's just laughing. I'm like, at what? It's like he does it at like he does it every like sentence or every couple of sentences or a paragraph, and they're not funny. Nothing is funny in that paragraph. It's absolutely serious paragraph, and then at the end he's like,
I know. Well,
like,
here I understand why he's like,
Is it a tick?
doing this fake half laugh, because he thinks it's hilarious, the idea of Israel organizing or threatening terrorist attacks, whatever. But he also did the same thing earlier when he was describing in a neutral way what happened in Australia. He's like, and 14 people died. This was a really tragic event. What? What are you doing, buddy? Why do you find everything funny? Now, my real comment here, apparently, if you complain about the policy of any other country or the decisions they make, that is an implicit threat, according to Daniel. So when he complains about U.S. law, there's an implicit threat against the U.S. government by his own logic. So since Daniel is making threats against the U.S. government, I think he should be locked up as a terrorist.
Yeah, so
because that's all Netanyahu did. As near as I can tell, I didn't watch this clip, obviously, but as near as I can tell, all he did is say, we don't like the new policy of Australia.
Well, I have seen the clip, and it is just basically, hey, you guys accept this, you guys promote this, be aware that there will be an increased amount of anti-Semitic attacks, that this seems to be a trend. I mean, if someone were to tell me that, it seems like a basic friendly warning saying, hey, this just seems to come along with this, is you might have this, so just be aware with it. It wasn't saying, well, if you don't do what we say, then there's going to be more attacks. We're going to kill more. I mean, there's going to be more Jews killed in your area, and we'll make sure of it.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. More of your people will be executed in my nation because I didn't do what you.
Yeah, imagine
Can you
that.
get this through your head? How is this actually a threat? I am going to kill more of my people because you didn't do what I told you to do.
Imagine if Daniel said, like, okay, so they say the U.S. with U.S. probably wouldn't do it. It'd probably be a violation of U.S. Constitution. But say like France, right? France passes a law that's restricted of certain Muslim practices, and Daniel gets up there and says, passing this law is going to target Da'is. There are going to be more Da'is who are targeted as a result of this. And then someone shoots a Da'i. I guess that means it was inside job, right?
Exactly.
So every time
Guys.
Daniel complains about some policy of the U.S. government being anti-Muslim, that should be motivating Muslims to go kill other Muslims to raise false flags, because by his logic, that's what he's asking them to do.
By his logic, yes. I would still find that tragic.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I'm not actually
would find
advocating
that
for it.
tragic. And I think the only reason that, guess what? That threat would actually work in some way, at least making me pause, because I wouldn't want to see them, because I know if they die as Muslim, they're going to go to hell.
Yeah.
I know that. So I wouldn't want to see Muslims executed by other Muslims because of an action.
I think Eric might have frozen. I don't know if it's him or me. Let me see. Yep. He's frozen and I'm not frozen apparently on the live here.
Am I back?
Okay, you're back now.
Yeah, I just saw everything start going black and a bunch of swirlies in my view. And I was like, I am not hallucinating or seeing visions like Sam. So this isn't.
It was the orbs. It was the orbs.
It was the orbs. It was the orbs. They interrupted the live. It's the possessed demon cat that keeps getting in my live streams all the time that I keep around and I keep feeding for
I
some
hate
weird
this
reason.
cat. That's why I keep it around, so I can yell at it all the time.
During his live streams. It's really weird. But okay. So that is the sort of logic that we're seeing. So yay, according to the Muslims, Candace Owens. For it, just real quick, no wheel of leg. Wheel of lag.
So we spun
Yeah,
the wheel
no.
of misfortune and we got lag. That's the reason.
No wheel of misfortune for this live stream, just because I do want to keep it more serious. It's kind of hard whenever you're talking about what Daniel Kikachu or Ali Dawah said, but this is a more serious topic, and I didn't think confetti falling on my head would be applicable for this. But
yeah, Daniel will clip that and be like, these Christians are popping confetti for the death of Muslims.
yes, it would. They would so push that. But let's see about the actual question, according to Ali Dawah here, that we should be asking. Let me play that clip.
I always recommend going to Ali Dawah to find out what questions we need to ask.
Yep, because this is a critical one we need to ask.
Look, let's ask a question. The question that needs to be asked is that act that happened in Australia, is it Islamic act? Has it got a place in Islam? Does Islam allow it?
The question
that is a valid question. Now,
Good question.
you tricked me. It's Ali Dawah's clip, but he's not talking, so it was actually a valid question.
Well, Ali Dawah does say here in a second, that's a good question. But so it's fine to ask that question as long as the answer that you get would not cause you to doubt Islam. Because if, for example, you finding out that yes, Islam accepts and promotes terrorism on a global scale, you would be, might lose a little bit of your faith. If that's the case, according to the Quran, and that's 5:101, you are not to ask that question. You are forbidden to ask that question because it might cause you to doubt. But if you're just going to spin it and lie about it and try to cover up, then you're perfectly fine. But let's see where they go with this.
Right, Sheikh. The question is this. There are two Muslims doing two acts. Which one belong to Islam?
Well, so-called Muslim, we know nothing about them. We know nothing about them.
We don't know nothing about them. Not only that, let's suppose they are Muslim. No problem, yes? Okay. There's two individuals which...
Wait. So we know nothing about the perpetrator and also the hero here, right? They said two, but obviously it's actually three.
No. They're very clear on the hero being a Muslim. There's no,
but they don't know anything about him.
If they ask, they were even complaining earlier in the stream, in this video, that they aren't saying, everyone isn't saying that he's a Muslim. They just keep calling him by his name, which, yes, they've been calling him Muslim. It was an absolute lie by Ali Dawah. Everyone's been saying that it was a Muslim who stopped at least one of the attackers at a certain point. I'm not sure if later on he got another gun and continued firing, but nevertheless, he's at least helped stop the situation.
I mean, he at least tried, right? At least did some good. And very heroic, as you pointed out, right? He wasn't armed himself. He was injured as a result, severely injured as a result of this. No question that guy is a hero. I have no problem saying that he's a Muslim and he's a hero in this situation, right? I don't need to say that every Muslim is a horrible person. In fact, I will flat out say that 99.99% of Muslims are much better people than their prophet. So, like, even Ali Dawah is much better than his prophet because he has some sort of standards and Muhammad had none whatsoever. But the question is, is this an act of Islam? Now, they want to be very quick and say, we don't know anything about these people. We don't even know if they're Muslim, but we know the other guy is because he's the hero, apparently. We don't know anything about the people being shot at. How dare you say they're Jewish? By your logic. I mean, they were just there celebrating Hanukkah. They could have been anyone. It could be anyone. How dare you say they're Jewish? You don't know anything about them. You probably don't even know their names. And yet you don't have any problem saying what they are. So this is just complete gaslighting and hypocrisy here, that we can't tell you. We have no idea if they're Muslims or not. Just say they're Muslims. And then if you want to argue, which I'm sure they do, because they're frauds, but they want to argue that their acts have nothing to do with Islam. I can say that a Christian did something that is in violation of Christianity, right? I don't have to say, well, he's not a real Christian because he did something immoral. No, but they're so concerned with Islam's earned reputation for being a violent terrorist religion that they have to even pretend that who knows whether they're Muslims or not. They just have Islamic names, and they just were seen attending the mosque every week, and they just wrote a manifesto saying, I'm doing this for Allah's sake, but they could be anyone. And obviously I'm making that stuff up, but you could go get the information. I'm sure you could go get the information establishing that these are definitely Muslims. Personally, I'd say if the media says it, it's definitely true, because the media will do everything it can to cover up that the perpetrator of something is anything other than a white male Christian, right? If the perpetrator is anything other than a white male Christian, they'll do everything they can to cover up their identity.
Absolutely. So, yep. So, according to him, there's supposed victims, and now they're supposedly Muslim, and putting everything in doubt except for the parts they like, which again is an indication of someone who actually doesn't care that much about truth. If they are throwing this much confusion on the very basic aspects of it. And I mean, you could, if it's right after the shooting, you can say, I'm going to wait for the information to come out before making a judgment. That is completely and utterly valid to say. I'm not saying that it's not. What I am saying is that after all the information's come out, to say, well, he may not have been Muslim. I mean, it's just a possibility that they could have been, or the possibility that they might have been shot. Someone might have shot a gun at this. We just don't know. It's like, okay, no. There's some facts we actually do know.
Yeah, to that point, when I first heard about this taking place, there wasn't really much information, and I said, let's not jump to conclusions, right? That this could have been motivated by many factors. It wouldn't have to be motivated by Islam. Now, I mean, it's a reasonable guess, of course, but it wouldn't have to be, right? There are non-Muslim attacks on Jewish people, and there are also just random psychotic attacks. And it could have, in principle, been a coincidence that it was a Jewish group that was targeted. Now, the fact that it was at a Hanukkah celebration, kind of gives you a good guess, but, until leave it open and say, maybe this was just a mental patient who had a psychotic break and shot up a bunch of people at random, right? It's a possibility. But once you establish the facts, then you need to actually acknowledge the facts and not just be like, well, we just don't know. We just don't know. Maybe they're not real Muslims.
Now, just as a point of reference for myself, as far as me coming to know about this event, I first got to hear about it from Ali Dawah. So his video is the first one I saw, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I should look into this more. And it's like, oh, yeah, you just completely and utterly mischaracterized everything.
So you're saying that Ali Dawah was so quick to get out a video that you actually saw it there before any mainstream media source?
Yes. Then again, I wasn't really paying attention to mainstream media source at the time.
No, I mean, I don't really pay a lot of attention either. But still, that is very interesting.
Very interesting that he was the first one to hear it. I didn't hear it from David Wood or anyone else before I heard it from him, from Ali Dawah himself. And it's like, oh, well, interesting. So it should be telling, because on all the other attacks, I always hear it from someone else, and then maybe a couple weeks later, Ali Dawah might touch on it a little bit, or like after everyone else does it, he might touch on it a little bit. But here he jumped on it immediately because he got to parade around a Muslim as the actual hero. So,
I was thinking it was
Interesting.
actually the opposite, that it was because it was attack on Jews as opposed to Christians or, you know, Muslims, since most Muslim terrorist attacks are on Muslims. That's why he was so excited about it. But also it's just consistent with him in general, right? He'll do anything to chase views, and he has been jumping on. And it's not just Ali Dawah. You know, most of the da'is seem to be on this one-upmanship. Who can be the greater Jew hater, right? I called it the Dawah Awards earlier as a joke, but it's almost true this year, right? It hasn't historically always been the case that they were open about it. No, I mean, it's well known that Islamic hatred for Jews exceeds Islamic hatred for any other group. However, they weren't so open about it until this year. This year, they've kind of just been trying to one-up one another and be like, I hate Jews more than you do. You should convert to Islam because we hate Jews more than anyone else does. Christians are bad Christians because they only hate Jews a little. You need to convert to Islam where we hate Jews a lot.
Well,
Very
you see
strange
here,
stuff.
there's been some weird stuff that Ali Dawah has tried to do, including like just pandering to Christians and Jews, trying to get them on his side. And this is just an opportunity for him to then spin it as, oh, see, the Muslims are the true protectors. In fact, I think it was either in the video that we'll show later or another video where he's talking about how the Jews need to come to the Muslims to protect them because the Muslims have always protected. Yeah, so with this idiot guy here, it annoys me when people just outright lie about history to an extreme event. And he quotes Spain and saying that the Jews flourished in medieval Spain. Ali Dawah's co-host here, and I'm sitting there like, what are you talking about? You guys massacred the Jews, enslaved them in Spain, and then forced them to write things for you. That was what happened. They weren't flourishing. If your opinion is that they are flourishing because they are enslaved and can't have basic human rights or be able to go and have their religious ceremonies the way they want, that's flourishing according to you. I would hate to see what oppression looks like to you, because your flourishing kind of sounds like oppression.
It is very interesting that, you know, according to the Western da'is, at least, the high mark of Islamic history is not like Muhammad or the conquest or the rightly guided caliphs or the vast expansion of the Muslim empire. No. It's Al-Andalus, right? That's always the thing that they go to. The one and only time that Muslims controlled substantial land in a quote unquote Western country and was relatively tolerant by Muslim standards, not tolerant by modern standards by any means, but by Islamic standards, relatively tolerant. This is the high watermark of all of Islam. It's when they were barely following Islam in Spain. Got it.
Well, what's so bad is I've worked with John Newton, who's done a lot on the history of that sort of time period where the Muslims ruled Spain. And we've done a lot of work on the history aspect because it goes into his actually science fiction book, because he deals with time travel and going back to that time period. But yet it's absolute bullcrap. They always talk like this was one big Muslim group who owned it. No, they're like radicals that came in, killed off the other Muslims, replaced them with extremely radical, like fundamental Islam, applying Sharia to everything. And then they would get loosey-goosey and start having women dancers and having women play music. And then the next group would come in and just absolutely behead the last group of Muslims and take it over again and instill Sharia again. And this happened quite a few times going through history. So this was a cycle that they went through. And yes, there were times that, okay, maybe they were very nice to the Jews for a short period. But then the next group of Muslims came up and invaded. Now, how they got into Spain, by the way, was a bunch of Christian countries in the southern part of Spain were infighting, fighting between between multiple nations, and they hired the Muslims to come up and help them kick out one of the other groups. And then the Muslims are like, nice property you have here. I think we'll stay. And there you go.
Well,
that's how they got their foothold.
We got to remember that they tried to invade what's now France or Gaul at the time, and they were pushed back, and they ended up running away in the middle of the night. And that was the end of the Islamic expansion, right? That was the end of Islamic expansion, at least in the West, was when they failed to conquer France or Gaul. And so then they just like tucked back into Spain and were like, well, we already conquered this, so we'll just stay here and live in paradise. But what you described is the cycle of is all Islamic history. You'll have fundamentalists. So let's start with Muhammad, right? He's a very fundamentalist, offensive jihad, blah, 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 blah. But that's inherently unstable, right? It's inherently not a good system. And so over time, they start to compromise. They start to maintain the same rhetoric, but in actual policy, be friendly with their neighbors. And that's what you see in the Middle East now, or perhaps even starting to go into the third stage, where they're just openly tolerant, right? They're openly allowing these things. And if you look at like the Ottoman Empire, it was known for high tolerance of all kinds of anti-Islamic things like alcohol, open sexuality, including homosexuality, was celebrated in the Ottoman Empire. And then what happens is people look around like, this is not Islam, right? This is not what Muhammad wanted. So then you get fundamentalists rising up, and they gain enough momentum and they kill those or drive out those in charge. And then the cycle starts over. And this is the cycle of Islam. It's gone through this cycle over and over again in every place that it's prevalent, including a rise of fundamentalists in the 19th century into the 20th century in the Middle East to respond to the corruption of the Ottoman Empire. And now we're kind of moving past that phase. It's starting to liberalize. It's starting to move towards open embrace. And you look at like Saudi Arabia, right? It's the heart of Islam. And you look at the actual political leaders of the country, and they're trying to push Islam towards tolerance. They want to normalize relations with the world at large, and especially Israel, because Israel actually provides a very important power dynamic in the Middle East that prevents them from killing one another. So the leadership, the governments actually like Israel, but they have to maintain the rhetoric of being, we are strong, we kill everyone, right? Because if they openly embrace the liberalism, if they openly embrace Christian-like values, then you get fundamentalists rising up again. So it's always a struggle in Islam.
So absolutely, definitely when you look at Spain, you see that. Yeah, so they pushed all the way up to the Andes. They were pushed back by Charles Martel, who beat them, pushed them back, but then they just controlled it. I mean, the Christian nations that were there were pushed out to the point of just being basically mountain people up at the top. And they said, well, we'll just leave the mountain people up there. And eventually Christianity was able to push back and push them out. And again, it went back and forth, and you see the whole cycle multiple times. But just as a point of reference, a couple of book recommendations. The Healing Stone by John Newton. That was the one that we did the research on. Muslim Spain. Absolutely fantastic book. If you don't want the like fantasy history sort of section, another good one for history, if you guys haven't read it, was Raymond Ibrahim's book, Defenders of the West. That is fantastic. Goes through, in fact, talks about the Ottoman Empire and the Janissaries, which were the Christian boys who were taken at a young age, sexually abused, manipulated, brainwashed, and then sent back to kill their own family and their own people. as for basically like a front force for the Ottoman Empire. And this is something they did a lot. And one of the people that this was done to, that a lot of people would recognize from history, is Vlad the Impaler. This is what happened. And impaling was something the Ottoman Empire did all the time. This was like a common thing for them to use impalement as a deterrent to fight. So Vlad, as a young child, was taken. There seems to be some evidence that he was sexually abused, and basically the play toy of the Ottoman Empire himself, and eventually escapes, goes back. There's a lot of history that goes on with that, going back and forth. And eventually he established himself, and he eventually does the act that got him the title of the Impaler, which he impaled women, children, and Muslim men all together on all around his fort as the Muslims were coming in. And the Muslims basically looked at it and said, there's like 4 miles of just impaled body continuously, one after the other. We're not screwing with this. We're leaving. And they left. So was his tactic effective? Yes. Was it morally questionable? Yes. Was it the same tactic the Muslims were using? Also, yes. So, I mean, you can take historical characters like it is, and yes, that is Dracula, that's commonly referred to as being a vampire, but again, he is a historical character who did a bunch of actions. He's still praised as a hero in his local towns, the places he actually defended, and he did stop the Muslim invasion in that area. So, but if you want to hear more about his history, go ahead and pick up Defenders of the West there. And if you want to hear more about Muslim Spain and the actual issues that happened, here's another wonderful book right here. It is The Myth of the Andalusian Paradise. So that is Muslim Spain Paradise. So make sure to pick that one up. They do a great job just showing, hey, this is what actually was going on. This whole garbage of it being a paradise for Christians and Jews and everyone just living together. Yeah, that's absolute bullcrap. That's not what happened.
Yeah,
But
I'm
right,
sure
that
it
is
was
the
just as
go-to.
much of a paradise as India was under Muslim rule for Hindus.
Well, yeah, it was just all coexistence. They actually all believed in God and loved each other. There were no mass genocide or mass executions or, yeah, there's definitely none of those.
There definitely wasn't any Muslims writing possibly fan fiction propaganda, but nonetheless writing about how they had to literally walk over skulls to get into the temples to destroy them in India. Yeah, and, you know, definitely a paradise of tolerance going on throughout the Islamic Empire.
So,
and everyone
let's go back.
And it just magically 99% of people in most of the countries, although Egypt being a notable exception, just converted to Islam because they loved Islam so much. It was just so beautiful and peaceful that they invited the Muslim armies in to convert them.
Actually, that is literally what Ali Dawah says. He says that
the
Muslim coming and defending the Jews, that's how Islam spread. And I'm like, no, it's not. The shooters are how Islam spread. That's how Islam spread, by the sword or by whatever weapon they could pick up. That's how Islam spread, according to the Islamic historians. Not according to the secular historians. The Islamic historians say that. But again, if you don't care about truth. Yeah, if you don't care about truth, you'll spin whatever story you want.
And he start killing innocent people. Then you've got a Muslim who's coming to save their life.
Yes.
Now the question we need to ask is the following:
Wait, I thought
which one is following the truth?
We don't know anyone about the bad people. Only the good people we know about.
Which one is following Islam? Good question.
Yes.
Is there anywhere in our text, because we want to go back to reaction, we don't want to be too long, but in Islam, does it say anywhere to kill innocent people?
So this is take us to the...
Okay. Here's the stupid word games they try to play. What is an innocent person in Islam? Oh, that's a Muslim who is not doing any sort of mischief in the land. That's an innocent person. By mischief in the land, I mean getting in the way of Islam spreading in every shape or form into every house and every family. That would be an innocent person. Are Thaddeus, are Jews and Christians innocent people according to Islam?
No. And not only that, most Muslims are not either, right? Most Muslims are not innocent. They you described making mischief, but they also can be not innocent for being hypocrites, which just means having any sort of doubt about any teaching of Islam. That automatically makes you a hypocrite, or not practicing everything perfectly despite your best efforts. That also makes you a hypocrite. So most Muslims are guilty. All non-Muslims are guilty in Islam. So it doesn't say anything about killing innocent people, but I won't tell you that they are guilty. The Jews are very guilty. They deserve to die.
Yeah, so the Jews deserve to die. The Christians deserve to die. And again, we'll go through what the Quran actually says and why they say we deserve to die. Apostates deserve to die. Like you said, hypocrites deserve to die. You also have Muslims of other sects, other viewpoints. They deserve to die. Why? Because they're apostates in your brain, because they believe something that might be slightly different about the nature of Allah, and they deserve to be executed over that. So any sort of division, Sunni, Shia, any sort of smaller division from that, they want to kill each other because that's not true Islam. So they're apostates and they deserve death and they're guilty of it.
Yep. According to Muhammad, Islam would break into 73 sects. Now his prophecy's way off. It's actually thousands, but for sake of argument, we'll just go with his 73. And 72 out of those 73 will be hypocrites, heretics. Not hypocrites, because you can be in the right sect and be a hypocrite. You're just flat out heretic, not a real Muslim at all, and thus worthy of death. So strictly speaking, we don't know if it's 72 out of every 73 Muslims. It could be less, it could be more, but reasonable estimate that roughly 98.8% of Muslims are in fact heretics, according to Muhammad.
So when it comes to us as Christians and Jews, because it was a Jewish event, the guy came in there to save Jews. Was that the Islamic thing to do according to the Quran and the Hadith, to stop other Muslims from killing Jews? Well, we are not innocent according to Islam because the Quran says we're not. And why aren't we? Quran 98, 930 tells us right here, because the Jews say that Ezra is the son of Allah. See, because the Jews believe something about Allah, that is justification for them to be killed. Never mind that I still have never met a Jew who says this. I've never heard of a Jew who has said this. But here it's saying all Jews, period, are saying this. And what about the Christians? And the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. Okay. We do say that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He is God incarnate. He came entered into creation, took on the human form, entered into creation, died upon the cross for our sins, and was resurrected. We absolutely believe that there is no way into heaven except through that blood that was shed upon the cross. So we believe that. And because we believe that, because of our religion, we deserve to be killed. Now, if we go back,
you got to hand it to Allah. The all-knowing creator of the universe is 50% accurate. It gets Christian belief correct and Jewish belief wrong. How could the all-knowing creator of the universe possibly know that Christians believe that Jesus, the Messiah, is the Son of God? If it worked for divine knowledge, this is proof that the Quran is straight from Allah and that he's a 50% accurate being.
Well, so what's worse about that is, according to the Quran, Allah is the one who deceived us into believing that Jesus died on the cross and was raised from the dead. So the whole reason Christians even believe this is because Allah lied to us and deceived us into believing it. And now we've got
Yep.
the death penalty because of it. Well, actually, we've got the options.
No. We
can
got
pay
the jizya penalty. We got the jizya penalty. We're lucky. We're not Hindus, right? We're not polytheists. We're not unbelievers. We're lucky. We get to pay the jizya. We got 3 good options. 3 good options. But I mean, I do got to hand it to Allah. He got one thing right in his Quran. He does know what Christians believe. And by our nature, right? By our nature, we are worthy of being fought. It's not because we oppose Islam, although Eric and I do. This would apply to all Christians, whether or not you actively speak against Islam. Even if you don't know anything about Islam as a Christian, you would still be under this penalty, because it isn't fighting Muslims. It isn't criticizing Islam. It isn't making fun of Muhammad. It isn't, I don't know, trying to spread Christianity. No, it's by the nature of your belief, believing that Allah has a son named Jesus, that makes you worthy of being violently subjugated. You're lucky, though. You're lucky as a Christian because you get the option of paying the jizya. If you're not a Christian or a Jew, you don't even get that option. You just get convert or die.
Convert or die. Those are the options. And again, according to them, yes. Again, the only requirement for a Christian to be under this judgment is to say that Jesus is the Son of God. That's it. That's the only thing. You know, you believe in the triune nature of God. Oh, that's right there. You either have to pay the jizya, and it's a command. Quran 9:29, the one right before that, is a command to all Muslims to go and subjugate the entire world, killing the non-believers unless they're a Christian or Jew, and then they can take them as basically second-class citizens or slaves. It definitely looks like it by all intents that basically you're owned. And you have to pay jizya, protection money, to keep them from cutting off your head the entire time, or you are executed. Those are your options. And
I do want to clarify, though, because Christians often get this wrong. They often say that this is motivated by getting money from the Christians, or the purpose of the jizya is to enrich the Muslim state. And that's actually inaccurate. Although some Muslim leaders did use it for that purpose historically, that's not why Allah set it up. He tells you why he sets it up. It is to humiliate the Christians, to make them feel inferior so that they eventually convert to Islam because they get tired of being treated like garbage in their societies. And that is what historically has happened, right? The financial penalty is not great, but it is bearable, right? You probably would be willing to live under a financial penalty in order to keep your Christian belief. But you're treated as garbage, right? You're restricted by society to only have garbage jobs, the equivalent of the untouchable jobs, right? In India, in the Indian caste system. It's the same exact idea. You're treated as subhuman beings. That's the real purpose of the jizya, which kind of makes it a lot worse if you think about it, right? You can say, "Oh, it's just a tax. It's just a tax. You get the benefit of the Muslim armies protecting you, blah, 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 blah." But that's not the purpose, right? You may technically get that benefit, but that's not the purpose. The purpose is to force you to convert by humiliating you, not by crushing you financially, by humiliating you.
now, just to let you know, in, of course, Andalusia, which is the Muslim Spain, the jizya rates there were sometimes up to 90% of the income that you get. You have to pay 90% of that to your Muslim overlords plus your normal taxes in order for them not to cut off your head. Now, you weren't allowed to gather. You weren't allowed to have services. You weren't allowed to, well, sometimes you were allowed to gather on Sundays, but you had to keep everything quiet. No one could hear what you're saying outside of your church. And if your church needed any sort of repairs, you had to go get approval from the Muslims in order to, repair that squeaky door or anything in the church at all, anything.
Well, I mean, if
Those
they
were
granted you
very
that
rarely approved.
permission, they were being extremely generous, because it's actually forbidden for Christians to repair their places of worship according to the authentic traditions of Muhammad. So they actually have a very liberalized version of Islam if they're allowing you to repair it with permission.
Well, they didn't do that, but yes, if they were to give those permissions, that would be a great example. To build new churches, you weren't allowed to. There's a bunch under Sharia. There is no indemnity, so no payout. So you don't have to. So a Muslim killing a non-believer. So if a Muslim were to kill a non-Muslim, there's no penalty.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pay out to the family. No big deal. You don't even get asked.
It's wrong, to be clear. It's wrong. It's not allowed. It's against the law, but also there's no penalty. You figure that one out.
There's no penalty. It's bad, but it's not even a slap on the wrist. It's just we don't do that. That would be about
just
it.
Finger wagging. Shame on you. You destroyed our income.
Unless you were somehow like responsible for them, or they insulted you, or did anything you didn't like, or didn't get to the side of the street when you were walking by, then you're completely justified in killing them, because that's part of the rule. Or you think that they built their house slightly taller than your house, then you can kill them and burn down the house for that.
I hate it when Christians build their houses too tall. That is definitely worthy of death.
Yep, no bells, not required, no repairing of churches, no building higher than Muslim buildings. And you had to wear different clothes specific to your religion. You had to be marked as that religion, kind of similar to how Jews were treated.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was just going to say, like, were they required to wear stars or anything?
Yes, they were required to wear special emblems to indicate that they were not Muslim. Again, very similar to what happened in Germany not too long ago. And then, yes, Truth Defenders did send me a pamphlet that was given by a Muslim. Yep, that said basically, if you don't accept Islam, you are to die. Yeah, and that's still recent to this day. Still there. So,
but we know that these shooters, who may or may not have been Muslim, we just have no idea. They failed because they didn't actually give people the option. They just started shooting. So it would actually fall under that category of technically wrong, but no penalty, right? Because you're supposed to say, will you please convert to Islam, while you're holding the gun up to them. You're not supposed to just start shooting without asking them to convert first. They have to say no, then you can shoot them. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Well, you see to
Muhammad.
So if that was under Sharia, there would be no penalty. The shooters would be let free. The Muslim who tried to stop the shooters would be put in jail because he violated their rights. And he violated the Quran, where it says don't take Jews or Christians as allies. He went and made himself allies of the Jews and Christians, so he could actually be given the death penalty under Sharia because he is now apostatized and become a Jew or a Christian according to what is actually written there. So that's a bit of an issue there. Now, so you could accuse him of making trouble in the land because he's tried to stop them from, just having a little bit of fun with the Jews there. After all, the Jews were gathering. So right there is a violation. So under Sharia, the shooting would be completely and utterly justified and would be good to go. And the hero would be put in jail or executed. Small things. So let's go ahead and go back to the little clip here.
To the Quran.
Yes.
وَمَنْ أَحْيَاهَا فَكَأَنَّمَا أَحْيَا النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا. And whoever keep alive, as if he has kept alive for all
anyone
humanity.
that saved the soul.
Oh, what is the rest of that verse?
Yeah. They only quote that part. They only quote the part that is, guess what, guys? It's for the Jews. That was a quote that was supposed to be for the Jews. The Muslims, Not so much.
For the children of Israel I have ordained, says Allah, that if anyone were to take the life, it would be like taking the life of everyone on earth. And if for anyone to save a life, it would be like saving all the life on earth. But then if you bother to read the next verse, he goes on and explains that for Muslims, there's a different standard. So that's the standard for the children of Israel that Allah apparently ordained for them. But then he goes on to explain otherwise, which is made quite explicit when he abrogates all of these nice things in the chapter of the sword, Surah 9.
And I have no doubt that both of these guys know this. They both
Oh,
know
I'm sure
this
they do.
quite well. And they're just openly lying to people about it. Because they're like, oh, this, this one. This is our defense that we go to because we know it's abrogated. We know that was only for the Jews. But we're going to apply that to ourselves to make it sound like, Islam is just this loving thing. Now, real quick here, let's actually read what the Quran says about Jews and Christians here in Quran 98:6. Oh, look. Indeed, they who disbelieved disbelieved in what specifically? Oh, Islam. Among the people of the scripture, that is always referring to the Jews and the Christians and the polytheists. Again, I always like pointing this out to Muslims. Very interesting that the Quran separates us. Will be in the fire of hell, abiding eternally therein. Those are the worst of creatures. I like going to this one because a lot of Muslims don't know about this. And I get called a liar a lot for this one. But it's really good to go because here you go, right here, we are the worst of creatures. So we are worse than pigs. So by that logic, whatever a Muslim could do to a pig, he could do to a Jew or a Christian, and it would still be within line of this. And he could even do worse than that.
Yep.
So that's what is actually taught. But yet,
do you mind actually going to 532? The verse that they quote a third of if we're being generous. Just to show that we're not being disingenuous here and actually get that verse on the screen. And it is very interesting, right? There are somewhere around 6,500 to 7,000 verses in the Quran, depending on how you count exactly. And for some reason, they can only ever quote 1/3 of one verse when these kinds of issues come up. They never quote anything else in the entirety of the Quran to support their position, but 1/3 of one verse, which is Surah 5, verse 32. Oh, look, it says exactly what we said. We decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul. So there's already a condition on it, by the way. They never read that part either, right? They always skip over that part. It is as if they killed all of humanity, right? Yeah, they killed all of humanity. And whoever saves one is as if they saved mankind entirely. And our messengers had certainly come with clear proofs. Then indeed, many of them, after that, throughout the land, were transgressors. So they give these clear proofs and people transgress anyway. So then what is the result of that? Verse 33. Indeed, the penalties for those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and strive upon earth corruption is none but that they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off opposite sides, that they exiled from the land. That is the fear. That is for them a disgrace in this world, and for them in the hereafter is a great punishment. So in other words, it's already implying it's abrogated without even having to know the historical context that this is revealed before the offensive jihad verses, because there is immediately, after making this statement about what was ordained for the children of Israel, a statement that despite this great, beautiful teaching of Allah, people continued to disobey. So now there's a penalty for disobedience, which is death. Or getting your hands cut off if you're lucky.
So, just as a point of reference, I highlighted the section where they wanted to speak about. So there you go. They drop off the whole Israel part, and then they drop off this entire context here, and they only want to focus on this little small section here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, full verses are Islamophobic. Indeed. Very true.
I have never heard a Muslim quote all of verse 32. Forget 33. I've just never heard a Muslim quote all of 32.
Yeah. I'd like them to add the beginning section there that at least clarifies who it's being talked to. Would be good.
Evidence to back up that the man who did the rescuing is from Islam.
Yes.
Is there anywhere in our text that
Wait.
Nobody
So
likes to
anyone who
mention
saves
that
any life ever, according to Ali Dawah's logic, is clearly a Muslim. So if anyone saves any life for any reason whatsoever,
he's
they
talking about this guy.
clearly are Muslim. Clearly a Muslim. Because, but I mean, he is talking about this guy. He's saying this verse proves that he's a Muslim. But the logic is, if you do this act, you must be a Muslim, right? I know logic and Ali Dawah are like, oil and water. But nonetheless, that is the logic, if you actually follow it through.
Where in our text that those two
and
criminals.
nobody likes to mention that he's a Muslim. They mention him by name, but
Exactly.
As a Muslim, nobody. You watch all the news media, all the media, all the news. Ahmed Al-Hamid, Ahmed Al-Hamid.
Yes.
But Muslim, no.
It's interesting. So when
Not true at all. That is absolutely a lie. I don't know how many news sources once I dove into this that's like, oh, he's a Muslim. It's safe. You know what the opposite is? The opposite, definitely in all how I got at least my impression from Ali Dawah's first video on it was that he was covering up who the shooters actually were. I had to look in to see if they were actually Muslim or not. But I did definitely hear him praising the Muslim defender there as, oh, see, he was a Muslim. And these other guys, we're not sure. We're not. They could be or whatever.
Yeah, who knows? We know nothing about them. We just have no idea. But interestingly enough, it's not just Ali Dawah. I actually heard about this from a secular source first. And when it immediately happened, it was already revealed in the secular media that the person who tried to stop it was a Muslim. However, no information whatsoever on the perpetrators was given in those initial articles, which, to be fair, is standard practice, right? You don't want to get something like that wrong, so you wait for confirmation, etc. But nonetheless, right away, they're saying a Muslim tried to stop this attack. But according to these two clowns, no one ever said that. No one ever said that. Nope. They just covered it up.
Yeah, they covered it up. They weren't talking about it. No one ever said that he was a Muslim. They tried to hide it. No, it's the opposite. It is they're parading around this guy as an example when he's not really an example of Islamic teachings at all.
And how dare they humanize him by using his actual name instead of just saying a Muslim, right? That's what they're saying. How dare they say Muhammad Ahmed instead of saying a Muslim individual?
You know how mad they would be if it was just like he's supposedly a Muslim. If we went around saying he was supposedly a Muslim
stopped an alleged terrorist attack against alleged Jews who allegedly died, right? That's Daniel's methodology.
Yeah. And they would be very upset with us at doing that because they'd say that we're trying to cover up and only focus on half of the story where, yeah, definitely from Ali Dawah's first video on this, I got the impression that the Muslims stopped the entire thing. I mean, like, absolutely stopped it. No, he didn't. He stopped one of the gunmen. But even then, he did not, at least my recollection is he didn't refer to him as being Muslim. I didn't find that out until later.
No, of course not. I mean, he just said right here, him and this guy, we just don't know. We have no idea. We know nothing about these people. We just know that people are saying they're Muslim, but who knows? Maybe they are in fact Hindus, radical Hindus who hate Jews. Who knows?
Now, just as a point of reference, this video clip here was from a video released about an hour before the live stream, or 2 hours before the live stream. So this is really recent. This is today that they're still saying this.
Mm-hmm. So well after the time where it's been made clear in the media, right? Just no idea. Must have been Hindus.
Muslim does good. It's not his religion, but when
Yes.
it's not bad, it is a
It's a
religion.
religion.
Let's
So yeah, that's it. When it's a Muslim that does it, oh, they're bad. And definitely they refer to the leader of Israel, talking about him. And the leader of Israel was very openly praising the Muslim, saying that this is a great example. He's such a fantastic guy. You know, he's a good example of what a good Muslim would be, yada, 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 not knowing that that would be against Islamic teachings, but he's saying he's a good guy, praising him for that. And
correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, but I think a very important Western leader once said that the radical Islam is the problem, and then followed that by saying, and the solution is moderate Islam.
yes, some idiot said that.
I was just checking because maybe that was just Muslim propaganda or something. Because apparently Westerners just hate Muslims so much that we say that no Muslim ever does anything good. If a Muslim does something good, they must be a fake Muslim. They must not be a real Muslim. But if they do something bad, well, that's because it's Islam. To his credit, though, Ali Dawah and his friend did say what is most important in going to the text, right? Because you will find plenty of people who call themselves Christians who do horrific things, and you'll find plenty of people who call themselves Muslims who do wonderful things. What we need to do is go to the text and see what the text tells you to do. That's how we know what the religion teaches, not by the actions of individuals, but by what the text teaches.
Very interesting. Then we'll go to Sahih Muslim 27:22, and we find out that the hour will not come unless, so this is a criteria that they have to do something. So something must happen. The Muslims will fight against the Jews, and the Muslims will kill them until the Jews will hide themselves behind a stone or a tree, and a stone or a tree will say, Muslim or servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him. But of course, we have the one tree that won't.
So this is a complex logical statement here, right? With multiple clauses. So for those who are cousin marriage victims, let's break this down here. So first, we got a statement about something, right? The last hour would not come unless, right? So a conditional. Now, the last hour is the final judgment, a good thing, right? Broadly speaking, obviously, it depends on what side you're on, but it's something that a Muslim would desire, right? Something that they want to happen. They want Allah to come and finally destroy all the unbelievers or send them to Jannah or whatever aspect of it they're most interested in. So a good thing will not happen unless that means this thing is required in order for the other thing to take place. Good thing cannot happen unless Muslims do this. Muslims will fight the Jews and the Muslims would kill them. So that is a requirement. Now, Muslims have fought Jews and they have killed Jews. So maybe this has already been fulfilled. No, there is another cause, right? There's another clause. They have to continue to do this. They don't just do this once, they continue to do this until the Jews are so badly humiliated, so badly defeated that they try to hide behind rocks and trees. And then the Muslims ask the rocks and trees to reveal them, and the rocks do, but one particular tree does not. Now, that part has not happened. There are no Jews hiding behind rocks and trees, right? There are no Jews who are doing this. In fact, Muslims will proudly tell us that Israel is super, super powerful. They are not at all in this state where they are trying to hide. Although you might find some nutcases saying that Jews are purposely planting garhad trees so that they can hide behind them. But
yeah, that's a thing.
And this is actually really important. I know that I'm making light of this, but this is actually really important because this hadith and others like it, this one is funny because of the hiding behind the tree, but this hadith and others like it are central to understanding why Muslims are so obsessed with Gaza, right? So why they're so obsessed with Palestine, because they view the October 7th attacks as the beginning of this war that ushers in the end times. They think they're living in the end times, that they're just waiting until the Jews are defeated so that they can go to Jannah, right? Go to paradise. This is absolutely central to why they're so obsessed over this issue, because Allah has promised a certain thing. Now, they shouldn't be obsessed over it because Allah promised like 24 different things about the end of the world, many of which have already come and gone long before and the end of the world did come. So I don't know why they believe this one will actually be true. But, for example, Muhammad, in authentic hadith, so speaking on the authority of Allah, says that once they conquer Constantinople, the end will happen within a matter of months. Now, I do believe that the Muslims conquered Constantinople, now Istanbul, more than a few months ago. It gives a specific number too. It's just in case you're saying, well, few is, could be thousands. I don't remember if it's 3 or 6 off the top of my 9 or 12, but it's less than a year. It's definitely less than a year that the end is supposed to happen. And we know from the historical record that the conquerors believed this. They conquered the city, and then they just basically didn't do anything because they expected the end of the world was right around the corner. And eventually they figured out that wasn't happening. And they're like, crap, now what do we do? Well, we might as well establish an empire and enrich ourselves.
Absolutely. And then you got the splitting of the moon that, according to them, happened within the lifespan of Muhammad. Mm-hmm. So that was supposed to have already occurred, and that's in the hour has come and the moon is split. It's like, okay, well, obviously not. If you're talking about the hour of the end of the world, that was a little bit ago, and we're still here. So we do have some interesting comments. Yes, from this gentleman here about his family. Yeah, so there is a balance. Most Muslims don't know about these hadith. Most Muslims don't know about the truth of this. That's one of the things that I've come across. The more I've interacted with Muslims, the more I've realized I have to educate them about their religion before I can even show them where it's wrong. Because, like, for example, Quran 98:6, the one that talks about the Jews and Christians being the worst of all creatures. I have no doubt that the Muslims who have called me a liar about that believe that the Quran would never say anything like that, ever. Mm-hmm. And I have no doubt that they thought I was lying, and they thought they had good grounds to accuse me of it. So I'm not saying that they're just trying to hide it, because obviously I could just pull it up and show them. But when I do, then they have to deal with that. So no, I'd say a good portion of Muslims don't know what the actual teachings are about killing, about handling it this way, about Christians and Jews being the worst of creatures, about not taking Jews or Christians as friends or allies. You're not allowed to do that. And this guy who's the hero down in Australia, guess what? He kind of took Jews and Christians as being, companions there. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, and no doubt he believed that was the right thing to do, right? He obviously was motivated by some combination of normal human morality and his religious beliefs, and he believed that was the right thing to do. And I will add to what Eric said, that what he said is at least true in Western countries. In majority Muslim lands, they're ignorant in Islam in different ways. They might well know that Jews and Christians are horrific creatures, however. Right? They will still be very ignorant of Islam, but in the West, absolutely. I've had many conversations with people in real life who just had no clue whatsoever that these things were in the Quran. And then if you show it to them, they'll be like, that's fake. Why are you going to that fake website that's making up verses of the Quran and stuff like that? Because they honestly don't believe that. They honestly believe that, as I've been told by many Muslims, Christianity is basically the same thing as Islam, that we don't have any problem with you. Why do you have a problem with us or whatever? And especially funny is when a Muslim will be like, on their own, without me even saying anything, right? Without me even saying like I oppose Islam, just saying like, we're out here having discussions with people about religion. I'm, wearing a shirt like this. It's obvious I'm a Christian. And they'll be like, why do you hate Muslims so much? Why do you hate our religion? What's your problem with Islam? And I'll be like, well, I don't hate Muslims, first of all. And I have a lot of problems with your religion. For example, your prophet, and then fill in the blank, right? Whether that's had sex with a 9-year-old prepubescent girl, or killed people for money, or spread his religion through the sword, or lusted after and caused the divorce of his adopted son's wife and then married her, right? Or numerous other things. Well, then abolished adoption to cover it all up, or numerous other things, right? Copied scripture, copied and pasted from other religions, or that one I wouldn't expect him to know necessarily, but I would expect him to know the moral teachings of Islam. Like, you're just making that up. I've had people like get super mad and storm off when I said that Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl. They're like, you're disgusting. I can't believe you're making up things about Muhammad, and then just like storm off super angry. Because they actually believe that, as they're told, he's the perfect example. He's the best human to ever live. He would never harm a fly, let alone rape a 9-year-old girl. And they believe that because they have no clue what's in any of their texts. I've also experienced Muslims who tell me the Quran is the most beautiful book ever written, and maybe don't even know about Hadith, or have only a vague recollection of what Hadith are. And I'm like, oh, great. Can you quote something from it? No, I don't know what it says. But it's very beautiful, brother. You should listen to it. Just go to Zakir Naik. Go Google this guy. His name is Zakir Naik. He'll convince you Islam is true. I've had people say that. Nothing I'm saying is made up. Everything in these are real conversations I've had with people.
So a couple comments real quick here. Yeah. So this remind me. So whenever he calls me a liar about what's in the Quran, he actually apostatizes from Islam, because he is rejecting part of the Quran, which is, according to Sharia, one of the requirements for leaving Islam, for apostasy, is if you reject any part of the Quran or any of the Hadith, is you're out, or reject, question the teachings of the scholars. So say the scholars, which of course they put that part in there, which I was like, really, you got to put your own writings as like, if you reject our writings, then you're out. It's like, okay, come on. In the same sort of book that you're also saying that if you're an apostate, we're going to kill you. So either you either have to accept exactly what we say, or we're going to kill you. Very interesting indeed. Comment here: loving Muslims is one of the hardest things to do for me. It's like black belt level of love. Yeah, seriously, if we for a second here just examine the teachings of Jesus, because we are Christian, we do believe that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and life. We believe that he is God incarnate. We believe that he is one of the Trinity, so one person of the Trinity. His teachings are counterintuitive to the nature of humanity. Love your enemies. What on earth? Why would I want to love my enemies naturally? Never. Absolutely not. It is unnatural for someone to love their enemies, to pray for those who persecute you. I mean, I am told to love Muslims to an extent that I want to see them enter into heaven for eternity. In Islam, that's not the case. They'll outright say, no, we don't love you. I mean, Daniel Hikikachu was asked that at the Secret Share Truth conference where he was debating David, and he was asked, do you love and respect your opponent? And Daniel's, no, I don't love David. I don't respect David. I don't love David. David said, well, there's a difference between love and respect. I love Daniel. I don't necessarily respect what he's doing or respect him as a person, but I do love him. It was basically sum total. There was a lot more said, but that's the boil down of it, saying respect is something that's earned, but love, we are commanded as Christians to love them. And something that helps me is to remember who the true enemy is. It's not the Muslims who are out there. The true enemy I have to face is the devil, is the principalities of evil, the ones who are keeping them captive, the ones who are keeping them in the slavery of Islam. And the way I can help defeat that enemy is by freeing those who are held captive. And that's part of my job, is to free those who are held captive so they can come to know Christ and to enter into the kingdom of heaven. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. And through that, I'm supposed to love them and want the best for them. Is it easy? No. But I don't think Jesus would tell you to do something as one of the greatest commandments if it was easy. If it was something that just came natural, he wouldn't have to.
I'll add here that there could be some confusion as to what exactly love means, because our culture doesn't really have a very healthy understanding of love, right? We tend to think of love as emotional reaction, right? Of having positive feelings towards someone. And while love can and often does include those positive feelings, and those positive feelings are in themselves very good, that is in fact not love, right? Love is to want the best for another, especially the best for another if it requires you not having the best for yourself. And so in that respect, right, if you want Muslims to be saved, then you are loving them. If you want Muslims to get out of Islam, you are loving them. If you want Islam destroyed, in many senses, you are loving Muslims. Now, how you carry that out is very important, right? Because while your overall goal might be a loving goal, you can still act on loving towards a particular individual. But sometimes, especially in these kinds of conversations, loving someone means loving them enough to tell them the truth. Because it's very easy to comfort someone and be like, you're probably good. You're probably going to heaven. You're a good person. You do acts of charity, blah, blah, blah. And that might even be true, right? It might even be true that from a human perspective, the random Muslim you're talking to is well above average in terms of their human morality. The problem is that we are all depraved. We all fall short. We all sin. We all offend God with our actions. And to act like we can overcome our offenses by doing good deeds is to totally misunderstand the nature of God, right? God is 100% good. He's not more good than bad. He's 100% good. And we're called to be his representatives, to do the same. You don't get any special credit for doing good. That's what you're supposed to do every day. So you don't get extra points that make up for your bad things by doing good sometimes. Because when you do good, you're getting 0 points, so to speak, right? In a point system. By analogy, of course, that's not the way it works, but you're getting 0 points. But every time you do something bad, you're getting negative points, and you need to be above 0 in order to get to heaven, or at least at 0. So how are you going to get above? Well, you can't. You can't. There's no way to earn it back. It doesn't matter if you're 99% good, you're still 1% bad, which is 1% bad too much bad. So loving someone means loving them enough to tell them the truth about what their religion is leading to, what their beliefs are leading to. It doesn't mean you have to call them pedophiles. It doesn't mean you have to say that they are personally disgusting, but you need to acknowledge the existence of sin and that Islam teaches you, among many other things, but this is probably the worst thing that Islam teaches you in reality, not the first thing we think of, but the worst thing in reality that Islam teaches you is that you can do good deeds to earn your way into heaven, that God will just be like, oh, I'm so glad you're here. You have honored me by allowing me to be in your presence. That's not how it works, right? That's not God. That might be your boss. That might be the president of the country or the king or whatever, right? They might be like, oh, I'm such an honor because you're such a good person. God isn't like that because God is actually completely good. Any sin is like, get out of here. You're disgusting. And so Islam teaches you can do the impossible and earn your way into heaven. So loving someone means telling them the truth about what the religion leads to. And by the way, the same exact thing applies to every religion. Islam is not unique, right? Islam is not unique in this sense. Every religion, they teach the same thing. Earn your own way to salvation. They might have a different definition of what salvation is. They might have a different set of rules on how to earn it, but every religion teaches through your own efforts, earn your way in one way or another. Only Christianity has the true solution. Only Christianity says God alone is good. You need God's grace.
Great. So real quick, couple other comments here. Jack Ray, thank you for the 5 gifted Your Brother in Christ memberships. Thank you very much. And Jack Ray earlier asked, does this mean Your Brother in Christ follows Ali Dawah? Yes, actually, I am subscribed to Ali Dawah. I'm also subscribed to Muhammad Hijab. I'm also subscribed to Daniel Kikachu. I do end up watching quite a few of those things. I did not get, by the way, I didn't get a YouTube rewind. Just to let you know, where everyone's posting, oh, I'm like number whatever on this. I didn't get one. Why? Because I probably watched too much. And they're like, we can't pick one of these. I don't know, but I'm kind of scared that it would pop up and it would be Ali Dawah, and I'm like in the 1.0001% that watches his videos. I'm like, no. But it's a very simple. If they are putting out this content, we need to be aware of what lies they're putting out in order to address them. So yes, I do watch Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah quite a bit, and Daniel Kikachu as well. And believe me, that so, and
maybe he's just a smoker, right? A heavy smoker, and he
maybe
just can't breathe properly. His lungs are very filled with toxins.
I'm actually kind of, I'm serious. I was concerned with him, saying, man, he needs to get that checked out. It was an honest reaction. It's like, oh, shoot. You mean that's just part of that? So, truth defenders, when we're talking about the love, we're not talking about the love you have for tacos. Just to let you know. It's a completely different love. We do not want to eat. We don't want to eat Muslims. So.
But according to the consensus opinion in Sharia, it is okay, not good, but okay for a Muslim to eat a non-believer, possibly who they themselves killed, if there is no other food available.
Now, do you one of the accusations he actually brings up, Ali Dawah, in one of his videos, I forget which one it was, but one of the accusations he brings up is that the Crusaders were eating people alive, which is absolutely garbage. But yes, would have been accepted in Islam.
Now, to be fair, that's not really a teaching of Muhammad. That's just the scholars who are authoritative and actually set the law, kind of working out the logic, right? If it's okay to eat, say, a cow, and Christians and Jews are worse creatures than cows, then it must be acceptable to eat a Jew or Christian. But it is not acceptable, according to the same scholars, to eat a dead Muslim body, because it's not about the calories. It's about them literally being subhuman, not being fully human. Thus, they're just another animal that you can eat the flesh of, since it's not explicitly forbidden. Now, pigs, right? You can't eat the flesh of pigs, even if you're starving, but you can eat the flesh of dead Christians and Jews because they are worse creatures. They are subhuman creatures, and they're not explicitly forbidden.
Absolutely. So we got one more clip here to pull up real quick from Ali Dawah. And it looks like he is trying to get a podcast together and needs multiple donations from people in order to get the podcast.
Oh, shocking.
I guess his little blanket club there, the prayer rugs, haven't been selling as well as he wanted. So now he wants
because we're going
to
to
do a
combat
prayer rug.
scumbags like him, an absolute flipping coward who is not a man to come and debate us on our on Islam, but rather look what he had to say about the Muslim hero Ahmed, who saved Jewish lives like Muslims did centuries ago, subhanAllah, when Jews were being persecuted by Christians.
We'll pause it for a second. You got to go back centuries to find the last time a Muslim saved someone's life.
Well, on top of that, even his reference here is absolutely garbage. It's not historical in any way, shape, or form. It's just propaganda that the Muslims put forth. That's why they have to go back so far, is because then they can claim, you so far ago that they're not doing research in this. So we'll just claim this. It's like, no, it's not true.
Who is he talking about, though? Because he said this absolute scumbag, but you cut off the context of who he's talking about. Do you know? Or is it just some random guy who tweeted something? Or
I think it's this guy here.
Okay, so I have no idea who that is, but he's wearing a cross, so he at least professes to be a Christian.
Podcaster of some sort. I am actually not familiar with who he is.
Centuries ago.
But considering he calls everyone scumbags, it's really not that much of a stretch.
I have no idea if this guy is a scumbag or said something. I don't even know if he said something offensive, right? Let alone that he's an actual scumbag. But he thinks he did something disgusting. So I was curious who he was talking about.
SubhanAllah, when Jews were being persecuted by Christians, anti-Semitism, yes, anti-Semitism comes from Christianity, not Islam. When the Christians were persecuting, when Isabel and Ferdinand in Spain, yes, when they reconquered and they were forcing the Jews and the Muslims to accept Christianity by force, yes, who did the Jews run to? Whose lands? To the lands of the Ottomans, yes, they got IDs there, they got protected there, subhanAllah. So let's go to this cow.
Not 100% true. There are a lot of other nations they fled to. But yes, there was some persecution, but not on that scale.
Christians sometimes persecuted Jews. Christians sometimes persecuted Muslims, although that'd be super rare because they didn't have that much interaction. Muslims sometimes persecuted Jews.
Yes,
was that
Patrick
David?
by the way. Yeah.
Really? I didn't recognize him at
Yeah.
all. Anyway,
he doesn't have Muslims on his channel, so Ali Dawah was butthurt about it, so that's why he's starting up his podcast. And
well, he has in the
start
past.
So I didn't want to start at the very beginning because it's basically just a continuous ad for his own stuff, and it's like, dude, just get to the point of everything.
But apparently he needs to raise a lot of money to have a podcast studio, but it looks like he's in a pretty nice studio to me. He clearly already has one microphone, but I'm sure he has many because I've seen him with different microphones in different videos. So what does he need money for exactly? Buy a second chair? I mean, I don't know. That looks like a pretty nice studio, if you ask me. But send in your donations now so you can build a studio, apparently.
Yeah, so now thank you. I'd rather save my money for better things like goat feed, pig food, better stuff.
So literally anything? I mean,
literally anything.
Video and dissect this absolute intellectual little dirtbag.
So here's the irony of what happened at Bondi Beach yesterday in Australia when two Muslim terrorists killed 15 innocent men and women ages 10 to 87 years old, with 42 hospitalized, while a man named Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who happens to be Muslim at 43 years old.
Check this out. Two Muslim terrorists.
Hold on a second. he just said that I thought no one ever said he was a Muslim.
Well, you see, the issue with that is Ali Dawah released this video like a day or two ago, and then he released the other one that was saying that no one ever says he's a Muslim like today. So, yeah, Ali Dawah must have forgotten.
Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who happened. Look what kind of a excuse my language. Allah, I'm trying not to. I do not do this for just the sake of it. What kind of a bastard you have to be? He happens to be a Muslim.
Well, like I said, I just said that not too long ago with the other clip. It's like if we were to say that he just supposedly is a Muslim, or I guess in this one just happens to be a Muslim, they would lose their mind about it. But they were doing the exact opposite with the shooters in the video released today.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I don't think that it's probably wise to say happens to be a Muslim, but it is accurate because it's not like other people couldn't have also stopped, right? You could say someone who stopped it happened to be a Christian, right? We don't know that his religious and motivated him to stop the terrorist attack. It's only a possibility. So, I mean, strictly speaking, that is an accurate statement. Now, I would just say he's a Muslim, right? I would just say he was a Muslim because it doesn't actually matter. What someone's religion is and the acts they perform do not determine whether that religion is true or not, because the texts determine whether the religion is true or not.
Yeah. But again, it's okay for him to do it. But if someone else does it in the opposite way of the people he wants to be promoted as Muslim, he has an issue with it.
So 2 terrorists do an attack, that's Islam. The man who saves, he just happens to be a Muslim. Just by chance, just happens to be. Could have been anyone. When it's evil,
I mean,
he's a Muslim.
Speaking,
he's Islam. When he does something good, he just happens to be a Muslim. Petrol Black David, you are a...
So again, the driving force behind the attack was the teachings of Islam, which means that the attackers being Muslim is kind of critical to the reason behind the attack.
Mm-hmm.
The Muslim who ended up being the hero and took the charge and charged in there, we don't know if it was because directly because of his teachings. I can't find teachings in Islam that would say, hey, go and protect all these Christians from being killed no matter what. Lay down your life for, your brother or anything along those lines, like you find in Christianity. I don't find that. So I don't know if he's motivated by that. He could be motivated by his misconception of what Islam teaches.
Yeah.
That could completely be true. I just don't know it, and I can't project that on him and say that was his key motivation. The same way I could say about the gunmen who were pretty obvious about that.
Yeah, well, and actually, let me be completely fair here and say I don't know for sure what the gunmen's motives were. I do know, however, that their motives were completely consistent with Islamic teaching. Now, there's a hypothetical possibility that this was just a random attack by some psychotic, crazy person who wanted to become famous, and they weren't actually a religious Muslim, but they just happened to be a non-religious Muslim. It doesn't seem very probable to me, though, given that it's, like I said, completely in line with the religious text. But in the absence of a statement from the shooter as to their motive, it is technically speaking speculation as to what their motive is. But Ali doesn't have any problem speculating about the motive of the person who acted as hero.
I'm pretty sure the ISIS flags were a dead giveaway.
Oh, yeah, I did forget about the ISIS flags. I did forget about the ISIS flags.
Yeah, that's kind of a dead giveaway.
All right.
Of why
so
you're doing
I was going to say, 1 in 10,000, but I'm going to have to take that down to 1 in 100 billion. Because I did forget about the flags. I had actually forgotten that they had ISIS flags, which is kind of a dead giveaway that they are motivated by even if you want to say it's the wrong interpretation of Islam, they are definitely motivated by their interpretation of Islam. That's the only possible explanation for why they have ISIS flags.
Absolutely. So real quick here, sorry, tangent, Red Ryder BB gun. I actually just watched that show with my kids earlier tonight, right before the stream.
Mm-hmm.
And my kids don't know it yet, and they don't watch my streams, thankfully, because they are way too young to watch my streams. I got one of my kids, one of them, Red Ryder BB gun for him to use. So I got to get that.
Well, you're starting them young.
I got to wrap
man.
that yet.
You started them young.
We were already out at an event, and he was shooting, and he was shooting a BB gun, and he really enjoyed it. So I'm like, okay, well, we can start it young, and we can get your training in. This is how you use it. This is how you respect it. This is how you don't be like your daddy, stupid when he was your age and shot himself between the eyeballs with a BB gun. Which I
see how it is when Muslim parents put their kids in military training in Gaza. That is just completely wrong. But when you buy your kids guns, it's perfectly fine.
I have never said giving actual good training to kids is a bad thing. I have never said that. The only time I've had issues is when they're like pretending to actually kill each other and actually acting out the deaths of mass shooters and training them in actually how to mass shoot a school. I have issues when that happens.
I guess there is some difference between like target practice and like simulated killing of people. I guess I will have to grant you there might be some difference.
But it is important to have proper safety with firearms and for them to know the proper. Oh, shoot. I thought you were sleeping. I might be in trouble.
Kids are asleep. They don't know.
And my wife already knew, so I wasn't in trouble in that regard. But yes, we need to.
Eavesdropper.
Sorry, get me in trouble, man. Your comment got me in trouble with my wife. No, not, but still, yeah. I actually bought it for them years ago, and it's like he's finally old enough where I can actually start training him. So we're going to get him started in that, and he already knows the protection, definitely, because we watched the show, and it's like you'll shoot your eye out. It's like the whole message for a long time with the BB gun, and he's like afterwards like, I don't know if I want one because I might shoot my eye out when I asked him. And I'm like, no, we'll go training. We'll have safety glasses. You'll be perfectly fine. And you'll listen to me. Unlike when I was with my grandmother and I didn't listen to my grandmother and I shot a rock and the BB came right back between the eyes. So, and I was like, oh, well, maybe gun safety is important after all. After I got a little
make sure
right
there's
there between my eyes.
Make sure there's something nice and soft behind the target you're shooting at. You don't want that target on a piece of metal or a rock or something else that will reflect the bullet.
Nope. Or Eric's OG streams. Oh, streams OG. I don't know. But yeah, that was just funny. Okay. That was funny. A little tangent. Sorry, you popped it up. Had to say it. So.
Bastard. You are a shameless scum of this earth. Let's carry on.
Steps in, we've all seen the video, takes away the weapon, gets shot twice, is celebrated as a hero, which he ought to be. But you know what the irony is?
There's a but.
He just literally said the guy should be celebrated. Like he gets shot twice. He's celebrated like he should be.
Yes, which he ought to be. But there's a but. There's a but. Yeah, indeed, there is a but because there are more people involved than just this one guy. And most importantly, for actual truth here, it's not consistent with what your Quran and your Hadith and the example of your prophet and the historic Islamic scholarship and world history teaches about Islam. That's kind of an important but. Just saying.
Yeah. You can be a great person, but you can be part of a group that is kind of the worst in that regard. So if their teachings are horrendous, but you don't follow their teachings, you're much better than that. I like you. You do good, but you're still part of that group.
There is a but. He saved lives, got shot. He says, look, the guy got shot 2 times. He's there, etc. But there has to be, because he's Muslim, there has to be a but. You can see this man, how frustrated he was. He's done a video. He's not even ready. He just put a cap on because he knows his hair's messy.
Just thinking, okay. Take that out of context. There has to be a but.
Not in the Al Zoot way. We're not doing Al Zoot.
Put it in there. Put it in an Al Zoot skit.
Oh my gosh.
There has to be a but.
There has to be a but.
Shame on me. Shame on me for thinking that.
I will save this clip for if we ever do an Al Zoot story or ever do a video with David about the Al Zoot. We will definitely put Ali Dawah's audio in there. There we go.
Yes, okay. He's just done a video on the go, and he's like, it just happens to be a Muslim, but yes, he was a hero. He got shot 2 times, but I want to give you an intellectual spit in your face. But anyways.
The irony is, even one good, peaceful Muslim man couldn't save the life of 15 innocent human beings.
You can't make this up. He's now criticizing that guy who saved their lives.
No, he's not.
Of God, look,
No, he's not. He's saying that even one good man couldn't do all this. He was outgunned. He was out, he needed more help. He couldn't just do it himself.
That's not a criticism of him at all. It's an acknowledgement of reality that despite his best efforts, he couldn't stop this. Which he's saying, right? I'm guessing from the context, what he's trying to say is that we can't just count on heroic individuals preventing these things from happening. I think that's probably the context of what he's trying to say. And that's factually true. It's not an insult. It's not a critique of the guy. No one is saying anything negative about him whatsoever. You're just imagining it. You're hallucinating. You're seeing what you want to see because you want to be angry, or you at least want to be performatively angry. Now, I will say it's Ali Dawah, so he is actually probably stupid enough to not understand what's being said and is actually legitimately angry. But it could easily be performative, that he knows very well, and he's just distorting it so that he can get angry.
Yeah, that would be in line with him being the clickbait master, after all.
I'm the king of clickbait, yeah?
Not looking at what he done, he's looking at what he could have not stopped. Meaning that if Ahmed, the hero, had the opportunity to stop them from the beginning, he couldn't. He's basically trying to say, as if...
No, if he would have been, let's say, in America, where you have the Second Amendment and had the actual firepower to be able to stop him more readily, and he was carrying, then yes, he could have been more effective in this. He could have stopped both shooters, in theory. Now, he did the best with what he had, but if he had more help, it would have been better.
Yeah, that'd be like having a triangular gun. What are you talking about? You can't have a square gun and a triangular gun at the same time. That is a type of existence known as impossible existence.
Ali Dawah's given us so many good lines this year.
You can thank Jack Ray there because he said something about triangles.
Nice, Jack.
Ahmed, let it happen. And he's like, okay, now I'll stop them. Okay, they've killed enough people. Let's use the same logic. No problem. One peaceful Muslim couldn't stop 2 terrorists. Okay, all of those millions of Jews couldn't stop the massacre that's happening in Gaza. Let's use the same logic, you coward. All of those Christians, peaceful Christians, couldn't stop the Crusaders and all the stuff that other Christians do in Central Africa. Let's use the same logic. Oh, it doesn't work now. Okay, it's only for the Muslim. It's only for Islam. But when it comes to other...
Ali Dawah, I need to explain to you what logic means, okay? So his statement was that one man by himself couldn't stop this. You somehow translated that into the collective Jewish population in Israel couldn't stop something, or the collective Christian population in Europe couldn't stop something. Those are not logically equivalent statements. You have just completely and totally distorted this and called it logic. I can see why you are such a genius scholar. I actually randomly found a clip of Ali Dawah yesterday, which suddenly became very relevant. I was actually looking for clips about Muhammad Hijab, but he happened to be talking about him. And he's like, Muhammad Hijab, he worked so hard at Dawah. He preps. He reads books, man. I'm lazy. I would never read a book. What he actually said is, I see religion. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. But Muhammad Hijab, he reads books. Yeah, he reads books. He actually has a semblance of intelligence. All he's all is like, a book? I'm so scared. There's a book. Help, help. There's a book.
Oh my goodness. But
He
real
needs a
quick
book of
here,
logic, though.
yes, this comment here actually sums up quite nicely. Without Islam, we would not need heroism. Yep. We wouldn't have needed him to save anyone if there was no Islam, because that was the motivation behind this attack, was the hatred of Jews that is ingrained in Islam.
People, no, if that's your argument, one Muslim couldn't stop two.
Now, just as another he paralleled this to, of course, the fake genocide in Gaza, saying that all the Jews couldn't stop the genocide in Gaza, which didn't actually happen and isn't actually a thing, and most of it is caused by the Muslims attacking Israel. So if the Muslims were to stop attacking Israel, we wouldn't have this issue.
Mm-hmm. And breaking peace treaties and other things. But the actual analogy, like even ignoring the facts of the circumstance, would be one Israeli citizen who doesn't like Israel's policy by themselves couldn't stop the government. Yeah, that's correct, Ali. That's not what you said, though. Because that was his actual point, that one good individual by themselves can't prevent evil from happening in the world.
That, and he paralleled this to the Crusades, which, again, I'm sorry, this comment is just too good. Because without Islam, you wouldn't have any issue with Gaza. Without Islam, you wouldn't have had a need for the Crusades, which guess what? There was a drastic need, because 400 years of jihad led up to the Christians saying, screw it, we're done with this. Stop raping and killing our peaceful pilgrims who are just trying to go to Jerusalem and come back home. And guess what the reaction was?
What religion controlled the Holy Land before Islam? Christians. So even if you don't say, even if you ignore attacks on pilgrims, the goal of the Crusades was to take control of the Holy Land. Now the purpose was to ensure safe passage for pilgrims. That's correct. But even ignoring the motive, if Islam hadn't come and conquered the Holy Land, then they obviously wouldn't need to retake the Holy Land. And likewise in Israel, right? If there weren't Muslims, then Israel wouldn't be trying to, depending on your point of view, genocide or prevent harm from the Muslim population, because they obviously wouldn't exist. Israel has, in its history, they've never done something that anyone has called genocide against the native Christian population, for example, right? They've never done something anyone has called genocide against other minorities in the country. In fact, it has only ever been responses to terrorist attacks coming from one group. And I will also point out that the existence of Gaza is because of Muslim nations. There was a minority Jewish population of, 1%, 0.5%, maybe up to 2% in basically every Middle Eastern and Northern African country. All of those countries said, oh, they're creating a Jewish state. get out of our country and go there. Meanwhile, the Islamic, Muslim, Arab, whatever you want to call them, and now I know there are ethnic issues, and I do know why it's actually more complicated, but so what? There's like different types of Jews, right? There's different ethnicities of Jews. It's not like all Jews are the same ethnicity. The ones living in Iran and the ones living in Egypt are not the same ethnicity, right? But they're all forced to move to Israel. Any Muslim nation, just one or two, could have said, we will accept the refugees from Gaza. And guess what? Then there would be no need for a genocide against those people when they launch terrorist attacks against the government, because they wouldn't be there. They'd be somewhere else. So your countries are completely responsible for the existence of this people. And you know why they wouldn't accept them? I mean, there are two reasons. There is an ethnic reason. There is a hatred reason, but there is also a religious reason. And that is that it's part of the Islamic mindset that any land ever controlled by Muslims can never be controlled by someone else legitimately. And thus, to accept the refugees would be to implicitly recognize the existence of Israel, which according to their religious mindset cannot legitimately exist. And that's why there can never be a two-state solution, incidentally, because Israel would be okay with that, at least in principle. All right, they almost came to that agreement years ago. In fact, they would be okay with giving up some of their land for peace, but the Muslim can never accept that, because the existence of the state is the problem. The problem isn't the Gazan people being oppressed. The problem is the existence of the state of Israel in an Islamic mindset. And thus, there can never be a peaceful solution that is compliant with Orthodox Islam. You can get some kind of modern liberalized pseudo-Islam that there could be a solution with, but never with Orthodox conservative Islam.
Now, with even Gaza existing, period, if memory serves, that's because Israel decided to give up that land and pull out of it. So originally they gave it up to the Muslims, and again, Gaza. The whole thing with Gaza,
yeah, well, it's a bit more complicated.
Wait, I am oversimplifying, but that's my oversimplified.
Well, but I mean, it's actually worse, right? It's actually worse because the territory was originally controlled by Egypt and this people group that makes up the population. Again, it's a different ethnicity, but Egypt's like, we don't want them. Israel, we force you to take this land.
At the same time, at any point, Egypt could just open up their borders and let everyone that wants to come in. It's not like Gaza's enclave inside Israel. That's not a thing. It borders other nations, which guess what, are Muslim, and it could have given them support, could have given them, food, water, power, or allowed refugees out of there into their nation. But guess what? They're the ones who close off their borders to the people who are in Gaza, the people who are from Judea. So no, it's again,
I mean, if you see pictures of that nasty 10-20 foot tall wall with barbed wire on the top, or probably razor wire, actually, since barbed wire is not really for humans, those are pictures of the Egyptian border. Those are not pictures of Gaza's border inside Israel, since Gaza is part of Israel. It's not the picture of the fence between the rest of Israel and Gaza. No, that's the picture of the border between the portion of Israel that's Gaza and Egypt, because the Egyptian government doesn't want anything to do with these people, because they tried to align with the Muslim Brotherhood, who tried to overthrow the government, and thus they were kicked out of Egypt.
Yep. So there's
a
a lot
Muslim
more
country,
to just
to be clear.
Yeah, there's a lot more to this than just Israel bad, because Israel doesn't want to get stabbed with knives and blown up and wiped out. They don't want that. They just want to be able to defend themselves. By the same logic used here, we would be condemning this Muslim hero for interrupting it because he was, genociding against the gunmen
I
by
guess.
showing up there.
As if you kill one life or save one life. Wait, the children of Israel? Huh. The verse actually applies if we're talking about Israel. So if an Israeli saves one Muslim Gazan, it's as if they saved the whole world. Just thought I'd point that out.
Terrorists, my friend, then I'm going to come and say, why didn't the Jewish people stop the massacre that's happening? Of course, we're not going to say that, because there are people out there, if they had the chance, I believe genuine Jews, if they had the power, they will stop that genocide happening. If there are genuine Christians, they will stop the Crusaders happening. If they're a genuine
No. If they're genuine Christian, they would not have stopped the Crusades from happening. Now, there are things that were happening in the Crusades that definitely should not have happened. That definitely should have been stopped. There are specific actions that were done. That's true. But the Crusades together, yes, the Christian nations did have a right not to be invaded by the Muslim nations, which were continuing to encroach without any regard. And they were obligated to protect their citizens that they were going on pilgrimage down there to not be raped, murdered, and tortured and stolen from.
And I will say that someone could be a genuine Christian and support the Crusades, but I would also say that, yes, you could be a genuine Christian and not support it, right? You could have a different opinion on that. At the time, I don't know if such people existed or not, but hypothetically, I think that people could have existed. But that wasn't actually the point. The point was one person by themselves couldn't stop something. It had nothing to do with saying Muslims are incapable of stopping terrorism, broadly speaking, or that Christians are incapable of stopping crusades, or Jews are incapable of stopping Gaza. And ironically, in the case of Jews, it's not even a religious. It is for a few people, but for the vast majority of people, it's not even a religious issue, right? It's a political issue. It's a security issue. It doesn't really have anything to do with Judaism. And thus, yes, there are Jews who live in Israel even who oppose the policy of the government and would prefer a different policy. That's how politics work, right? Some people vote for one thing, other people vote for a different thing, and the majority end up ruling, and that's what happened in Israel. And I will say that had October 7th never happened, then there would never have been this supposed genocide. Woo! Because, in fact, there wasn't broad support for, let's just say, restricting the movement of Gazan people before October 7th. So it's direct response, which then made the majority, not every single person, but made the majority of people in Israel supportive of a particular policy. Why? Probably because they didn't want their children to be killed for attending music festivals. Just a guess as to what would motivate people to support this restrictive policy. And it probably wasn't one event that made them feel that way, but a long history of sporadic, but nonetheless regular, offensive terrorist action coming out of a particular geographic territory. And there are many people, probably the majority of people, who live in that geographic territory who don't support it. But enough people do that it's allowed to have a very strong foothold there. And the only options, practically speaking, are either allow yourself to be periodically slaughtered by random terrorist attacks or do something to annihilate the problem. Israel chose the second in this case after choosing the prior for many, 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 many years, I might add. Right? For many years, Israel tolerated sporadic terrorist attacks without taking aggressive action to prevent future attacks. This time, they said this is bad enough. We've sustained this long enough that now there's a majority opinion that for our own political safety, for our own lives, we need to do something about this, not motivated, unlike Islam, by some religious decree that this land belongs to us.
That's it.
And by the way, I'm actually not a big fan of Israel. I'm just acknowledging the reality of the situation. It's pretty cut and dry, honestly.
Yeah. How dare they not want people to kill their kids? I mean, defending their kids, that just seems like such a bad thing to do. I'm being sarcastic, by the way, if you can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
I think defending kids is the right thing to do in every situation.
And not only killing them, right? Parading around their dead bodies that have been raped. I guess there might be a technical definition whether it counts as rape if you are doing sex acts on a dead body. But either way, violated. That the bodies have been violated multiple times, and now they're parading the bodies around as trophies. Yeah, that's kind of going to offend people. That's kind of going to motivate them to do something about this problem. Utter geniuses coming out of Gaza, I tell you.
Okay, the terrorists are jihadist Muslims, whatever that means, okay, for that matter. But he does not praise the hero. He doesn't say this is what Islam condones.
He did.
If anything,
He did praise the hero.
He said he's being praised as he ought to be. He did praise him.
He just said that he can't do this all on his own.
Christianity and the Old Testament condones the killing of innocent men, women, children explicitly.
No, it doesn't. I challenge Ali Dawah to give us one verse that clearly says go out and kill innocent children and people. It doesn't happen. The closest you can get is where in the Old Testament you have certain groups who have been raiding, pillaging, and killing the Israelites for many years, and God's given them multiple times to repent. They refuse, and God then goes and wipes them out. Now, that is part of, guess what? The Torah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Torah was the words of Allah and that this was the same God. And Ali Dawah said that we follow the same God. So you're now condemning Allah in your attempt to try to make Jews and Christians sound bad.
Yeah, Ali Dawah likes to talk out of both sides of his mouth, doesn't he? Because at times he's like, we should be friendly with the Jews and Christians. We should work together. We serve the same God. Blah, 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 blah. We can't just all get along. And then other times he'll be like, the Jews and Christians are so horrible. Look at how horrific their scripture is. Their God is utterly disgusting. They just want to massacre each other. They're crackhead clown individuals who are just waiting around to massacre each other. That's the actual context. I'm not making that up. That is the context. He says that Christians are crackhead clowns because they only support Israel because they want to be the ones to massacre them rather than the Muslims. And so make up your mind, Ali. Which is it? Do we serve the same God or not? Should we all get along or not? Should we be allies or should we be enemies? You tell me. Let's when you get all those donations and you can finally build the podcast that you're already studio that you're already sitting in and don't need any money to build. Let's have that debate. The debate
It's kind of
will
odd
be,
that he's got a very specific
should
picture
Muslims
of
and
this
Christians
room.
be friends? Yes or no? And you can be both sides because you take both positions.
Absolutely. And we have
And
a
I'll
prophet
just be
in the chat
moderator.
there.
I'll moderate.
We have a prophet in the chat saying that one side will win and then the other will win. Powerful.
Absolutely.
According to
This
Islam,
is the best
that is a
prediction, best prophecy in the Quran, bar none. Right? You ask a Muslim for a prophecy in the Quran, and they will go to the defeated will defeat, or if you read it with different vowel pointing, the defeated will be defeated. In other words, one side was victorious, and they'll either be the other side will be victorious, or the side that was already victorious will utterly destroy the other party. Either option is in play by the unpointed text, which is, of course, what the Quran was originally written in, and it's vague, and it wasn't fulfilled, and it was written down long after the events took place. This is the best prophecy of the Quran. Pretty much the only thing you can rely on them going to. Then they'll cite some other things like, according to the Quran, Muhammad would be victorious, and then he was. Yeah, great. Every warlord in the history of the world has predicted they would be victorious. Saddam Hussein predicted that he would be victorious over the United States. He wasn't, but if he had been, it would have been recorded as a great prophecy of Saddam Hussein, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone predicts they're going to be victorious. Someone is victorious, so someone's always going to have the right prophecy. No one's going, I'm going into battle because I expect to lose. I prophesy my army will lose this battle.
Yeah, that's just, again, just mind-blowing that is where it goes. Definitely when compared to actual prophecies in the Bible, and you're like, oh, wow, geez, okay, we got these prophecies here that seem to line up point for point, and then it's like, okay, we give the Islam gives the most generic prophecies possible. And Candace Owens
Warlord
level
will be
here.
victorious compared to a vivid description of a type of death that did not exist at the time, complete with a prediction that this death would lead to the tiny national God of Israel being known throughout the entire world. Basically the same thing.
Do not have any text that tells us to go and target innocent men, women, and children. In Surah Mumtahina, chapter 8 says, Allah does not forbid you from being just and kind to those who did not fight you based on your faith and kick you out.
My favorite verse in all of the Quran. Allah does not forbid you from being just.
Why does the God need it? Forbid you from being just. Okay. I don't forbid you from being just. Why? Were you thinking about it? Was that even a question? Were there people going around saying, Allah doesn't want us to be just? What?
Yeah, and this is what they have to go to, right? This is what they have to go to. I've heard, it's not Ali, he's not coming up with this. I've heard many Muslims go to this as proof that Islam is tolerant. Allah does not forbid you from acting justly towards others, but he doesn't command it either. He just doesn't forbid it.
It's just, everything in the Quran is just, the Quran in the end is just absolute and complete garbage. But it's like there's multiple statements in it that are like that. That are like, what? Even like make a, you know, if you were to find anything in here of contradiction, then it wouldn't be from Allah. It's like, okay, well then that would mean that everything that doesn't have contradiction would be from Allah by that milestone. But if you reword it, it would have been better. It's like, this is supposed to be like the perfect speech, the clearest speech. It's like, dude, this would have taken hardly anything to actually make a coherent statement, or to say that Allah commands you to be just to the entire world, to hold justice above everything else. Okay, then that would be a coherent statement that would make sense. But to say, well, I just don't forbid you from being just.
You can be just, or you can be not just. Allah just doesn't care one way or another. And I am serious. That is definitely one of my favorite verses in all of the Quran, because it really reveals the game here, right? It really reveals the game of what Allah actually is. I don't forbid you from being just. I just ask that you not be.
Out of your houses. Clear cut. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, the form the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, the highest form of Iman is what? To say, La ilaha illallah. There is nothing worthy of worship except Allah. The lowest form of iman is to move a harmful object from the road. Yes, the Quran says if you save one soul, it says if you save the whole of humanity. Yes.
Wait.
We've
Hold
already
on.
dealt
Hold
with
on a
that.
second. We've already addressed the soul of the humanity, but that other one there. So the greatest thing you can do, right? The highest act of faith you can do is to praise Allah. The lowest, most worthless act of faith that barely counts as an act of faith is to do a good deed. Remove something harmful from the road, specifically. And he's citing this as evidence of what exactly?
Of Islam being
Peaceful, I guess.
not peaceful. Which again,
So,
if you're saying
according
the
to
highest
Allah-
form of worship, go ahead.
Yeah, according to Allah, remember it's a point system, right? So let's assign some points. According to Allah, you can earn 1 point by moving an object that is going to cause someone harm out of their way. But you can earn 1,000 points if you say some magic words. And that proves that Islam is a religion that's about caring about other people.
But there's also the point that he didn't go to, saying, well, you could one of the good deeds is to save the life of an unbeliever, because that's not in there. There's nowhere that you're told to save their life. There's nowhere you're told to serve them. In Christianity, we're told that the least will become the greatest and the greatest will become the least, and that we are to be servants. We are to love our enemies. There's none of that in the Quran. There's none of that sort of compassion there. So, yeah, this is what he has to go to, is moving something from the road all the way up to praising Allah. Those are the two extremes.
So I actually I had heard this general idea, but I had not looked up the hadith. So first of all, okay, so it is in Bukhari and Muslim, but here's the hadith. The Prophet said, Imam has over 70 branches or over 60 branches. So he doesn't even know how many branches there are. So Iman is the word for faith, right? Which the uppermost, which is the declaration and has the right to be worshipped by Allah. Obviously, it's in Arabic. In reality, Ali said it in Arabic and then translated it. It's really saying those magic words. Anyway, and the least of which is the removal of harmful objects from the road and a modest branch of Aman. So there's 60 or maybe 70 different branches. You know what 2 of them are. You know what the best thing you can do is, and you know what the least useful thing you can do is, but you're not told any of the other things you can do. What is the obvious point here? The obvious point is that you should be praising Allah, saying the magic words, and not doing other things, right? If it was really just a list of things you can do to earn points, it would list a bunch of things, not just the best and the least effective. So that's the actual point here, is to say you should be spending your time praising Allah. And yet this is somehow evidence that Islam is the most peaceful, loving religion in the world because it says you can technically remove a harmful object from the road and get the slightest benefit from it. But you should probably do something that gives you way more benefit.
Well, I think there's a bigger issue here in that hadith. So Muhammad didn't know. So the guy who's telling me which way, what to do, how to be a good person, how to enter into heaven, how to serve Allah, didn't even know the basics of how many branches there were, how many good deeds you could do to enter into heaven, because I got to do these good deeds to enter into heaven. He doesn't even know. Why does anyone follow him or take him serious in any way, shape, or form if he's sitting there most of the time? And he even says this in the Quran, that he doesn't even know if he's going to enter into hell. He doesn't know what's going to be done for me or for you. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the way into heaven. He just hopes for the best. It's like, I got that, or I got Jesus Christ, who's over here saying that I am the way, the truth, and the life. I'm going to go to the guy who died and was resurrected over the guy who says, there might be some branches there. I don't know. I might get into heaven. I don't know. It's like, dudes, seriously, you're gambling with your eternity. Take this seriously.
So while researching this particular hadith, I came across a related hadith here that says, the prophet said, the deeds of my people, good and bad, were presented before me, and I found the removal of harmful objects from the road among their good deeds. Now, here's the important part. And phlegm, which might be in a mosque, left unburied among their evil deeds. So in other words, there's an implicit comparison.
Wow.
That the amount of evil of spitting in the mosque and not cleaning it up is equivalent to removing a harmful object from the good found in removing a harmful object from the road. So in other words, it's like the tiniest little amount possible.
Yeah, so my question would be, are there branches of bad things to do? I should definitely get that list too.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
You have text in your scripture what Amalek done, while they've massacred 100,000 plus people in Gaza, and you have.
Okay, sorry. I thought for a second he said that Amalek massacred 100,000 people. I think he's just applying that to Gaza.
Not said a single word, you scum. You are a scum. Let's carry on.
So I don't care if 90% is peaceful. The 10% true believer is jihadist.
He doesn't care if 90. By the way, where did you get these numbers from? Where does it say 90% is peaceful, but the rest is not? Where did you get your numbers from, man? If I'm not mistaken, you are trying to say 25 because there's 2 billion Muslims. If I'm not mistaken, if 90% of that is 10%, is about what? 20 million? If you're basically trying to.
No, that's not how math works. You just said 20 million, right? He multiplied by 10. He said there are
no,
1%.
What he said is 1%. So he said there's 2 billion Muslims. So he's rounding, saying 2 billion Muslims. And then he's like, then there'd be like 25. I mean, let me try to do the math here. Let me think about it, guys. It's really hard to figure out what 10% of 2 billion is. 20 million. And keep in mind, this is an edited video, right? This isn't a live stream or something. He leaves in there him struggling to figure out what 10% of 2 billion is when it's 200 million, not 20 million. This absolute genius here.
I want to hear this one more time.
Where does it say 90% is peaceful, but the rest is not? Where'd you get your numbers from, man? If I'm not mistaken, you are trying to say 25 because there's 2 billion Muslims. If I'm not mistaken, if 90% of that is 10%, is about what? 20 million? If you're basically trying to say 20.
He tried to say 2 million. So first 25 million, then 2 million, then he settles on 20 million.
Dude, how hard is it to say, okay, let me trash that, get a calculator, do it on the calculator because you can't do math in your head, obviously, and then just actually just edit it together. Because you've been editing this entire video. This isn't a live stream. I mean, on a live stream, you get these sort of okay, I got to think this through. Oh, I didn't have this looked up. I got to look up this reference or something like that. That's completely okay to do in a live stream. But in a pre-uploaded, recorded, and edited video, dude, how many subscribers do you have? You do this professionally?
Ali has 1.3 million subscribers, and 10% of that would be like 20,000.
Sorry, there's these guys. There's these little nuggets we find whenever we review Ali Dawah's videos. That's he really said that. He really thought that was good enough to put into a pre-uploaded video, not a live stream, a pre-uploaded video. There's a reason why. I don't doubt that there's a reason why Ali Dawah unlists a lot of his live streams. Because you don't want to get fact checked on that stuff.
Yeah, so not only did he not realize when he's editing this, not only did he not realize that he said the wrong number, he didn't mind that he said the wrong number twice before he supposedly said the correct number, which was still the wrong number. He just left it in there.
mean, you literally could have just cut that entire section and not been worse for the wear. You didn't have to have it. And again, you could have just like re-recorded a section, did the right math, and been done with it.
Plus, I mean, the whole idea here is a fallacy, right? So what he's trying to do is say that, 10% doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually 20 million, apparently, actually 200 million. And so he's trying to say that that number is way too big. There aren't that many Muslims who support terrorism or whatever. Problem for him is that this is actually vastly underestimated if you look at surveys of the Muslim world, including in the West. Like even in the West, something like 30% or 40% will say that they support. They won't just say violence, of course, right? But aspects of what we would call violent Muslim terrorism when asked specific questions. But in the Islamic world, maybe not in Indonesia, which is the largest Muslim country. I'm not sure about Indonesia, but if you look at like the Gulf countries or Northern Africa, and certainly Pakistan, Afghanistan, etc., where a large number of Muslims live, you'll see support above 50%. So his idea, his little fallacy is, well, 20 million sounds like way too many to be terrorists. Yeah, most of them aren't literally terrorists. Most of them don't literally pick up a weapon and aim it at someone because, one, most don't have the opportunity. And the only people that could aim it at is other Muslims, which, to be fair, many do, right? There are more Muslim terrorist attacks against Muslims than any other group because most of the people who want to do these things live in 99% majority country. And according to Muhammad, hypocrites are at least as bad, maybe worse than unbelievers. So, of course, they do terrorist attacks against hypocritical Muslims. But again, I agree. There are not 20 million or 200 million or 25 million or 2 million or whatever number we're going with, people who have literally committed terrorist acts. There's just that many people who support the terrorist acts. Not who perform them, but support them.
An issue with that is by how Sharia qualifies someone who has done jihad. Anyone that supports, even in the smallest action, someone who is committing jihad, they are participating, they are part of that. And that works in reverse as well. Anyone who helps fight against Islam in even the smallest way, even if you gave someone a sandwich that was walking down the street, you don't know what they're doing. You gave David Wood a sandwich one time, didn't know who he was, and walked away, and he ate the sandwich and then went on and destroyed Islam in some way. You have helped fight against Islam. You are now part of that. And by that qualification, there's definitely a lot more Muslims who would be supporting jihad and participating in jihad by Sharia standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
that's their standard.
Muhammad was fine if you fought for him, or if you financially supported his army fighting, or if you fed his army, or you provided shelter for his army. Any way of aiding was perfectly fine, and you got the benefit of the good deeds. And indeed, these clowns tell us all the time about how this works in Islam. If you donate now and someone learns to pray as a result of that, every time they pray for the rest of their lives, you'll get a point on your magic ledger with Allah. So you should donate now, because your donation might help someone learn to pray, and then you'll get benefits for the rest of their life. Even after you die, you'll still collect benefits if they're alive. And maybe if you build the mosque and they come to the mosque, maybe 100 years from now, maybe 1,000 years from now, that mosque will still be standing, and you'll still be earning good deeds because you paid to build it. So, of course, you get credit for helping jihad in any way. That's how it works in Islam. It's all a magic point system. But you're still better off being the jihadi, because if you die while being a jihadi, you get free automatic passage to heaven. something that even Muhammad couldn't manage for himself.
Yes, the magic of Islam.
Million Muslims are not peaceful. Where'd you get that from? You dirtbag, where'd you get that from? Tell us, where did you get that from, bro? Where'd you get that from? Nowhere.
I told you where I got
that
it from,
hate
bro.
what America stands for.
Yeah, I
Surveys.
told you where I would get a much higher number from that based upon reading Sharia. You would get a much higher number. You'd say probably 90 to 10, if not 100%.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Because
if
in
it's
some
true
way-
Muslims, right? If it's true Muslims, it's going to have to be 100%. Because if you, well, no, that's not fair. Because you can be ignorant, but you can't doubt. So if you actually oppose, then you would not be a true Muslim. Now, if you're just ignorant and you say, I don't know what my religion supports, but whatever it supports, I agree with, then you'd be okay. But if you said, no, I'm opposed to violent terrorist actions, then you'd be a hypocrite and you'd be outside of Islam and you'd be subject to being terrorized. And that's what ISIS was saying, right? They're going and saying all these Muslims are hypocrites. That's why we're conquering all these Muslim lands. Allah wants the caliphate restored and the end of these hypocritical governments that are working with the West. And lo and behold, when they entered a town, they didn't find much resistance. Right? And most people, they didn't necessarily agree, but they didn't oppose it either. Right? They didn't oppose it. They're just like, welcome, ISIS. Thank you for coming. Because, well, they wanted to stay alive. And so there's not really much resistance against terrorism in the Islamic world. There is some. I don't want to be completely untruthful. There are Muslims people who call themselves Muslims who oppose this, but they aren't properly following the religion. They're not properly following Sharia. They're not properly following the consensus of the scholars. They're not properly following Allah. They're not properly following Muhammad. They're just calling themselves Muslims and having much better moral values than what Islam actually teaches.
Absolutely. Now, just a clarification, in Sharia, there are two different types of jihad. There's personal and communal. The personal jihad everyone's called to, and that is offensive jihad, which everyone, period, is called to. And then you have communal, which is defensive if someone comes to you. So this would be classified under offensive jihad. And in that case, every Muslim is supposed to participate according to Sharia. So if a Muslim says that they support Sharia, then they would, by their own admission, support this attack, even if they don't realize that that's what they admitted. That's what it commands.
I do have to provide a minor correction to you, though, because this is what Allah originally taught. But then Muhammad encountered a blind man, and the blind man was like, "Oh, Allah's messenger, I desperately want to fight in jihad, but I don't have the ability because I can't see. So I can't, wield a sword against my enemies." And then Allah sent down a new revelation saying that he was good because he didn't have the ability to participate in jihad. He would be good because he wanted to. So, and he still had to support jihad in other ways, right? Finances and whatnot. But the blind man told Allah what Allah needed to reveal because Allah's system was too stupid to take into account that not all people are capable of fighting. And then Allah corrected himself on behalf of the blind man.
Well, that's when Muhammad opened it up to not just be the actual physical fight, but to be any sort of contribution at all, even like a meal given or shelter given or any small ability given to someone who is going and fighting in jihad, then you have participated in jihad in the same way. So that's part of that is qualified in there.
Yep.
But yes.
So let me just read this, okay? I saw Marwan bin al-Hakam sitting in a mosque, so I came forward and sat by his side. He told us that Zayn bin Thabit had told him that Allah's apostle had dictated to him this divine verse. This is Surah 495, or at least the original Surah 495. Not equal are those believers who sit at home and those who strive hard and fight in the cause of Allah with their wealth and lives. So those who sit home and don't actively take part are inherently inferior. That was the original Surah 495. Allah forgot, apparently, to reveal the rest of the sentence because Zayn said, Ibn Maktum came to the Prophet while he was dictating to me that very verse. On that, Ibn Maktum said, "Oh, Allah's apostles, if I had power, I would surely take part in jihad." He was a blind man. So Allah sent down revelation to his apostle while his thigh was on mine, and it became so heavy for me that I feared that my thigh would be broken. Very interesting image here. Then the state of the Prophet was over after Allah revealed ... except for those who are disabled by injury or are blind or are lame. So Allah forgot to reveal that there's an exception. And then a blind man said, "Oh Allah, what about me? I can't do that." And then Allah was like, "Yes, I will apparently put so much weight on Muhammad's head that's in the lap of another man for some reason that he feels like his leg is going to be crushed from the weight of Muhammad's head in his lap, that Muhammad will reveal the rest of the verse. A couple more words, literally a couple more words. Was all that weight crushing this poor guy's leg who Muhammad had rested his head in for not suspicious reasons at all, just because he was receiving revelation from Allah. This is the beauty of Islam, people. This is the beauty of Islam. When Allah forgets to reveal something, blind men come and correct Allah, and then Muhammad gets, through dramatic means, another revelation.
So if anyone's interested in finding out more of what Sharia actually teaches about Islam, just as a point of reference, that is section 09.0, which starts off jihad and starts with the division of jihad. And yes, it is better for someone to go and fight in the name of Allah than to just support. But you can just support. That will still give you some credit. And at least fulfill that obligation if it's impossible for you to go fight.
That hate the Western ideology, that hate us protecting women, us allowing women to vote, that hate the freedom of speech model that we have, that hate the Second Amendment model that we have, that hate the capitalistic society that we have.
My friend, you are a...
Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Eric probably had already seen this, but I had not. And I prophesied that he was actually talking about needing to change the laws of the country. And that is, in fact, what he was talking about. He's saying that if Australia had American-style laws, maybe things would have been different. It had nothing to do with supposedly a criticism of Islam per se. He was just saying that this guy, no matter how heroic he was, he couldn't do enough to stop it because of the shitty laws of Australia. That was his actual point. It had nothing to do with saying there's something deficient about Islam.
Yep. And we all know that Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah hate the West's stance, definitely on freedom of speech and freedom of religion.
You think they'd like freedom of gun ownership, though? I mean, they love owning guns.
No. They got to make sure that no one but the people who are in power have the guns, and the people in power have to be Muslim that own the guns. Then they're completely fine.
You got to get your guns
Christian,
from the caliph. You can't just go buy them. You got to get it. When you go into battle, when you march and say, "I'm ready to battle," then he'll hand you your gun, but you can't just have it on a normal day, right? You got to wait till the day of battle.
Absolutely.
Are you a liberal or a Christian? How are you conflating democracy with Christianity? Are you stupid? Are you that?
Almost like that came out of Christian nations. The current form of American American government came out of a hugely Christian movement, like it was a Christian founded nation or something like that. Just something like that.
Well, I was just laughing at Ali Dawah calling someone stupid. But also, who said he was saying anything about Christianity? I'm pretty sure this is a political statement. I mean, maybe if you rewound it far enough, he would have said something about Christianity. But everything from what I've seen indicates this is a political statement. It has nothing to do with him conflating anything with Christianity, because he's not talking about Christianity. He's just talking about the politics and the goodness of the Second Amendment, in his opinion, right? That's what his point is, that if Australia had gun ownership laws similar to the United States, that maybe the situation would have been different. He didn't even say if there was a Christian there who owned a gun. I think he's implying that if the Muslim there who stopped this owned a gun, he could have done more. I don't think this has anything to do with religion at all. I think it's purely political. So why is Ali Dawah saying he's conflating things?
In his mind, though, in the mindset of Islam, they're the same, because the government structure is whatever the religion is, and the religion has to be in control of the government structure. It's one and the same, because that's how Islam is set up. He doesn't understand Christianity at all.
I also thought it was funny. They said, are you a liberal or a Christian? Okay, first of all, you could be a liberal and be a Christian. But second of all,
That's stupid. How is
gun ownership is associated with conservatives, not liberals. So I don't know why he's saying these two are in contradiction to one another.
And again, freedom of speech, that should be universal. Everything he said should have been universal between the two. So yeah, it's politics. It's nothing about Christianity.
Christianity democracy? My friend, Christianity opposes democracy. You've just made up this fabricated lie of Christian, the two opposites. Well, what are you talking about? We're in Christianity, there's a respect for
what do you mean they're
institutions.
opposites? What do you mean they're opposites? I mean, Christianity doesn't explicitly support democracy, but it's certainly not the opposite. It certainly doesn't oppose it. What is the actual teaching of the New Testament, right? To live in peace under the government, no matter what that government is, right? Because all governments, according to the Bible, including democracies, are ordained by God, that he is sovereign, he's in control, and thus no matter what country you find yourself under, no matter what political system you live under, you should live at peace with the law to the extent that is morally possible, right? You shouldn't violate moral principles to follow the law, but to the extent that's possible, you should be a good citizen. You shouldn't oppose the government for no reason. You shouldn't fight against the government for no reason. That's the actual teaching of the Bible. It's not anti-democracy. Where in the world did you get that idea, you freaking moron?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to give us the references, but we'll find out. Maybe
Thou
he does.
shalt not vote.
Where? It says, if your brother or your father or your mother goes and worships another god, stone him. Kill him. Yes? What are you talking about,
What
bro?
does that have to do with democracy?
Women's rights.
Okay, first of all, that's
Well, I
not
think
true.
he's talking
Second of
about-
all, what does that have to do with democracy?
And again, that would be, even if that was stated, that's Torah again. So you're condemning the words of Allah again?
Well, no, technically he's not condemning those words. He's actually saying we're hypocrites because we don't follow those words, and democracy doesn't follow those words. But democracy can easily have a anti-blasphemy law. In fact, many democracies that are Muslim majority countries do have anti-blasphemy laws. So I don't know why you're saying that a anti-blasphemy law or an anti-apostasy law, however you want to interpret it, is anti-democracy, because it's not. Democracy means majority rules. It doesn't mean any particular types of laws are guaranteed. I guess he's conflating the specific U.S. laws with the definition of democracy, that if you don't have the exact same laws as the United States, you're not a democracy. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Maybe.
Rights, women's rights. In your religion, in the book of Ezekiel, if I'm not mistaken, it says if a woman is raped, my friend,
it doesn't.
The
say
man rapes
anything
her. He has to go and pay just 50 shekels to the father, and he keeps her. Imagine you have to marry your
Ezekiel.
Keep her. Well, the passage that you're referring to, the concept that you're referring to is that if a man rapes a woman, then he has to be responsible for her for the remainder of her life. He's now responsible financially to support her, to pay her for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
That's
I
more
think that's a strong
beneficial to the
deterrent
woman.
against rape, personally. I think that's now they want to and this isn't just Ollie. Well, first of all, I thought it was hilarious that he says it's in Ezekiel. I have no idea why in the world he said that. It's obviously part of the Mosaic Law, which is not found in Ezekiel. But in any case, it's not just him. Liberals will say the same thing, that this verse commands people to marry their rapists or something, but they're ignoring the financial reality, right? They're ignoring the circumstances. The man not only is forced to pay this bride price, this fine and support her, but he also is forbidden from divorcing her, right? He's forbidden from casting her away. Now, it doesn't mean she's forbidden from breaking the relationship. It just means he's forbidden from breaking the relationship. Why? Because it's the consequence of the action that he took, right? He took an action that violated a woman's sexuality, violated the natural order, and this could be a consensual act, by the way, right? The imposing the word rape in the modern definition on it onto the text is not really justified. It could include a consensual act, or, you know, what we would call like seduction, or, you know, date rape potentially, where the woman didn't really want to do it, but she did consent, technically speaking, but she was in a relationship with the guy and she does want to be with him. She just didn't want to violate her body and have sex before marriage. It would include that circumstance, right? So the woman has the ability to break the relationship. The man doesn't, because he has violated her. He has treated her wrongly. That is the principle behind the law. But it is a practical law. It is a law for the nation of Israel. It is acknowledging the sinful state of the world, the fallen state of the world, and saying, what do we do in response to sin? Right? It's not saying that the sinful act was not sinful. It's saying, what do we do in response to the sin? What is the penalty for committing that sin? So to say that this is somehow justifying something is utter nonsense. It's to totally misunderstand the purpose of the law. And as Christians will say, I think often too quickly, because they want to just dismiss it without actually understanding the issues that are involved, because there is actually a real issue if God is commanding an immoral law in the Old Testament. So you do have to actually understand how the law is moral, right? How the law is justified, which is why I went to that explanation. But as Christians will point out, we are not under the Mosaic law, right? We are not part of the nation state of Israel. And we certainly are not part of the priestly class. So the ceremonial laws don't apply to us. And the civil laws don't apply to us. Can we model our governments after those civil laws? Absolutely, right? They did have a purpose. They are good. There might be a purpose to structure our society after that, but we're not obligated to. And most importantly, they're not, the law's purpose isn't morality. Specifically, the law's purpose is to show us that we can't live under any system of law. This specific law, what God actually ordained, right? What did God actually ordained? The law written on our hearts, right? The moral conscience. But we violated that. We damaged that to the point where it's no longer trustworthy. So he said, I know what you guys think will work. If I give you a set of laws to follow, and so you could say, oh, just follow, give us the rules, give us all the rules. And this is appealing even to Christians today, right? Christians will say, give me all the rules I need to follow so I can have a list and know. But that's not how God actually works. That's not how morality actually works. The real world is complex. It's not black and white. There's not just situations where it's always immediately obvious what the right thing to do is. And we're told to reason it through, pray it through, talk to people no more knowledgeable about us, come to the right decision about a matter. We're called to actually take responsibility and not just follow a list. But God gives us a list because he knows we want a list. The purpose of the list isn't this is the perfect morality. The purpose of the list is to show that you can't live under any system of morality. Right? You will always violate any system, even when you yourself create, you will violate because you are fallen. The world is corrupt. The influences of society make it such that every person sins. That is the purpose of the law, to show us our sins so that we are called in repentance and we are called to accept the grace of God and not try to do things on our own. So you totally misunderstand everything, Ali. You misunderstand the law at hand and you misunderstand the purpose of the law.
Now, real quick. So this is in a case of rape, or in this, somehow the woman was manipulated into giving up her virginity, which was a big deal. This was
Absolutely.
proof that no other man had touched you. If you don't have that, then you're basically damaged. You're not as wanted as someone who is a virgin for marriage. So in order to fix that, to make sure that, and again, abortion wasn't a thing. So if you got pregnant from this, then you have a child.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy who participated in this is now required to take care of you for the remainder of your life. He's now required to take care of the child for the remainder of, well, his, at least until adulthood. On top of that, if that is his firstborn son, that's who's going to inherit his name and everything he has, or at least the majority of what he has, depending if he has more children. So that puts the child in line of succession. This is a big deal. This is not something that's like a little thing for the guy. This is like, he is setting up his future family here if he gets caught this. Now, who could accuse him of raping her? Could the woman accuse the man of raping her?
Uh-huh.
Wait, but she must need like 4 witnesses that saw the penetration, right? In Jewish law. Oh, wait, no. That's not a thing. She could just say that he took advantage of me, and if it's proven to be true, then yes. But that is, her testimony is enough to prove that it is true if she is no longer a virgin. So yeah, the guy is now screwed as far as he's got to own up to his actions and take it. Now, in Islam, the religion he is promoting, the laws that he is promoting and saying is good, if a woman is raped, they have to have 4 witnesses. If a woman comes forward and says that she was raped and that there are not 4 witnesses, she is in line to be punished for adultery or fornication. Which, guess what? That's stoning. For her to be stoned to death for it. Yeah, okay, let's see here. Let's actually compare apples to apples. No, try to hide behind only showing half of the story.
Rapist. Woman's right, yeah? The woman, when she's in childbirth, she suffers the pain that Eve done. You dirtbag. We're talking about woman's right. You flipping coward.
Whoa.
He just accused God. He just condemned God again. Because she has pain during childbirth.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Bible does say that a woman's pain in childbirth will be multiplied as a consequence of the fall. But it also says that men will toil in the fields, right? That men will backbreaking labor in the fields as a result of the fall. What is the actual consequence here, right? The world is broken. Creation itself is fundamentally damaged by man's rebellion against God, mankind's rebellion against God. The world is fundamentally damaged. Sin has consequences. Sin is not just arbitrary. God doesn't just arbitrarily say that some things are sin and other things are not. I know that's the way it works in Islam, but it's not the way it works in reality. The things that God calls sinful damage us. They damage the world. They break creation. But here's the thing, Ali. Under the new covenant, under Jesus, under the saving blood of Jesus, the damage is undone. And what has the medical reality been, right? What is the medical reality? From Christians, I might add, right? All of the important scientific advances, medical advances, almost 100% coming from Christians. Women no longer experience massive pain in childbirth the way that they did 2,000 years ago. I'm not suggesting that women don't experience pain during childbirth. I'll also point out that the Bible is correct here. Eric will know this as a farmer, but it'll be a surprise to most people. Animals, generally speaking, do not experience pain in childbirth. Most animals do not experience pain in childbirth unless something goes wrong, right? Things can go wrong. It can be crazy, but bad things can happen. But generally speaking, there's some discomfort, but they don't experience the kind of pain that humans experience in childbirth. There's something
Actually, I never realized
fundamentally
that.
different about human birth than animal birth.
I never. I mean, we've done a lot of births. I don't think I've ever realized that.
Oh.
I mean, there's some discomfort, but I'm not in the same way. Not even close in the same way. So yes, that's interesting. And again, this is they're not like having her pain. No, that's not what Christianity teaches. There's a result of the fall. This is part of what is happening. Is these things are going to happen now? You're going to have these pains.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that this is coming from the same. And again, the pain itself, does that condemn us? It condemn women to hell? Does that stop them in some way of being saved?
No.
Huh. But in Islam, if a woman has a period while she's fasting in Ramadan, that can break her fast. That can stop her from fasting because for some reason, guess what? A period in Islam is somehow sinful, and it can stop your prayers. It can stop your fasting. It can cause massive issues. And to my knowledge, that's just a normal biological function to a woman is her periods happening.
Yeah. Oh, and not only that, the hadith, authentic hadith, say do not try to straighten out a woman. They mean morally, because she is inherently crooked. And it's a direct reference to creation. In the Islamic creation account, Eve's spine, or Adam's wife, since they don't actually know the name Eve, is made crooked. And if you try to straighten her out, or maybe not her spine, but her bones in general are made crooked. I can't remember for sure if it's a reference to the spine or the ribs, but anyway, her bones are made crooked. And if you try to straighten her out, she will break. So don't try to correct the immoral nature of women, because you'll break them if you do. In Islam, women are corrupt by nature, as you pointed out. They can't make up for that because they have this stupid biological evil period where they bleed, and that's so offensive to Allah that he won't hear their prayers. And because he's a god of magic, if you say the prayers on the wrong day or the wrong time, they don't count. So you can't make them up later, right? You can't just be like, well, I'm on my period, so I got to skip, but I'll do double tomorrow or whatever. No, that's not allowed. So in Islam, because of the way Allah has created women, they are inherently deficient in religion, and according to Muhammad, deficient in intelligence as well. But being deficient in religion is actually worse. We'll tend to do the intelligence because it's more obvious why that's offensive. But religion is actually worse because it's a point-based system. You can't earn enough points to get to heaven as a woman. It's extremely difficult, at least, to earn enough points to get to heaven as a woman because of your created nature, not because of anything you did. And yet, Ali has the nerve to say that because of the consequences of the sin, women bear pain in childbirth, which is a factual reality. He can't say that Islamic women don't bear pain in childbirth. It is a factual reality that women experience pain in childbirth. that this is somehow proves the Christian God, but not the Islamic God, is immoral. What? What? Nonsense. And again, I will point out that men also bear pain. They bear pain in their daily labor as opposed to their labor while giving birth.
So here's what we have. Ali Dawah is condemning Christianity because there's a result of women, because of the fall of humanity, which was an action done, a choice made by the people who fell. They then have this extra pain during childbirth. Men have to work hard in the field in order to provide. Women have pain during childbirth. But in Islam, they are the majority of hell because of the way Allah made them, not because of the choice they make, but because of the way Allah made them himself.
And real quick, this Nabil genius guy here. Yeah, my fairy tale is correct. Allah created women just to hate on them. But after all, he created people. He said if people didn't rebel against him, he would destroy them and create a people who do rebel against him. So Allah actually needs objects of hatred. So there is that. But this Nabil clown here said more than 20,000 babies killed in Gaza. We don't see you care about them. Why Jews' blood more important than other races? When did I ever say I don't care about people in Gaza? When did I ever say anything remotely like that? Where did you get that idea? You just imagined it, came in here and said it. You probably aren't even still here. You probably just came in and spammed this without actually the slightest understanding of my position. Well, here's my actual position for you. Gaza is a horrible tragedy. It's a terrible situation. This is the world we live in. Tragedies happen. Horrible situations happen because it's a fallen, broken world. I don't have a better solution, right? I don't have a better solution, but I can acknowledge that it's horrible what is going on in Gaza. I don't have a better solution because of all the reasons I talked about earlier, and the being a complex situation where Muslim nations bear a lot of the responsibility, incidentally. I don't have a better solution. But I can still acknowledge it's not just. It's not the way God wants things to be. God doesn't want anyone to suffer, especially babies, right? He doesn't want people to suffer. Now, I think your number's made up there. I seriously doubt 20,000 babies have been killed in Gaza. But one baby killed in Gaza certainly has happened, and that certainly would be a tragedy for one baby to be killed. That baby had nothing to do with anything that has happened that necessitated the situation elevating to the circumstance that it is. It is a complete tragedy. But my morality, my understanding of the world would suggest that innocent babies, people who are below the age of understanding, enter into heaven, one. And two, more importantly, for the meat of your criticism here, my morality suggests I should fight against this, right? I should fight for a better world. I should look out for the other, even at my own expense, right? So I should do what I can to alleviate suffering. Obviously, there's suffering in every country in the world, not just in Israel. In fact, according to UN definitions, there's something like 20 genocides going on in the world right now. You think there's only one because you are completely and totally blinded to the reality of the world. The reality of the world is there are a lot of horrible people who do evil things, and we all live with the consequences of sin, and thus it's not always possible to save every life. Should we try? Absolutely. That's what my morality tells me to do. Your morality tells you to sit around crying and complaining like a pathetic loser about what other people aren't doing instead of getting off your butt and doing something yourself to alleviate human suffering.
And we're actually doing what I think is the best way of relieving any sort of issues in Gaza, getting rid of Islam. Because without Islam, there wouldn't be this issue. Without Islam, there wouldn't be the terrorist attacks. If that was the case, we'd be better off in that region in that regard. It'd be much better if they all came to know Christ as the Lord and Savior. Then we wouldn't have any issue at all.
Absolutely.
But the starting point would be to remove Islam from the equation. So we have a quick comment here. Says, more I learn about Islam, the more I think Allah is Lucifer. Yes, he is in the Quran, he is described as the greatest of all deceivers. He's boasting about that in the Quran. And he's kind of telling the truth. Yes, and there's some parallels between him and Baal. I want to pursue that later because there's some interesting examinations to have there in the Old Testament as well.
And we have to sit on the sidelines and be worried about being called Islamophobic? Really? I lived in Iran for 11 years and I saw what this was all about. If Americans cannot see what's going on in Australia, tragic event, breaks my heart. There's a lot of Assyrians and Armenians who live in Australia, and I'm Assyrian and Armenian. There's a lot of people. A pastor, Bishop Marmari, got stabbed in the eye. A Syrian bishop who was very much needed, his voice during COVID, got stabbed in the eye by a Muslim boy at 19 years old. Here's a bishop that went to Gaza to pray for Gazan families. He went there with his church. A 19-year-old comes and stabs him in the eye.
Okay, you dirtbag. That's
So he's a dirtbag, not the guy who went and stabbed someone in the eye. Eric might be frozen. or potentially I could be, but since he froze earlier, I'm going to just assume that he is frozen. Here he is. So the speaker is a dirtbag because he talks about an incident, and the guy who committed the incident is definitely not the dirtbag, right? So some crazy lunatic, good Orthodox Muslim, both could be true, goes and stabs a bishop in the eye. Actually, I think he did violate Islam because he's probably, under jizya protection. He probably shouldn't have been stabbed according to Islam, I would guess. Right, because he said this was in Syria. Probably should have actually been under protection. But you know what the penalty for violating jizya protection is? Nothing. A finger wagging. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. That's bad. So yeah, he did the least offensive thing that carries no penalty whatsoever. And we're dirtbags for mentioning this is what Islam motivates people to do.
Exactly. Now, you guys might remember that event because that was the event that I then proceeded to stab the Quran, the same number that they stabbed him. So there was that. But yeah, so he got stabbed, and the speaker's a dirtbag for saying this. Not sure why.
what about all the Jews that have been under persecution? The Jews are persecuting the Christians when they've attacked your church.
Tu quoque fallacy. Well, you're a dirtbag because you mentioned him being stabbed in the eye, but you didn't talk about other things. You got problems too, which the speaker's not a Jew, so I don't know why that would be his problem anyway. But no, Ollie, that's not how it works. You don't have to mention every wrong thing that's ever happened in the history of the world in order to be able to say something is a wrong thing. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Not at all. And again, even then, I'm getting lost by who the bad guy is, because originally it was the Jews needed the Muslims protection, and that's good, but now it's like, well, what about all the Jews that are attacking you guys? So I can't keep track of who's supposed to be the good guys. Keeps flip-flopping.
Yes, when they are spitting at Christians. Why don't you talk about that, bro? Why don't you talk about that? Their religion tells them that they need to execute you pagan worshippers. Yes, in Islam, you're under our protection.
Oh my gosh. It was bad enough when it was just whataboutism. But stabbing someone multiple times, well, what about people spitting on other people? Which isn't even true, broadly speaking.
That happened.
Right? There are a tiny, tiny minority of Jews who will spit on Christians in Israel. However, it's like, a fraction of 1%. And I'm sorry, but I'd much rather be spat on than stabbed. Are you insane? How are these equivalent?
Yeah, spitting, I can live pretty comfortably with being spat on, even if it's every day. Getting stabbed every day, not so much. That might be quite tragic to my health.
Yeah. If I have the choice of being stabbed once or being spat on every day, I'm going to choose spat on every day. I'm not a fan of being stabbed personally, especially not in the eye. I suppose in the heart would be worse because that'd be certain death. But other than that, you know, the eye is like one of the places I'd least want to be stabbed in.
You pay the jizya and you are under our protection. In their religion, they have to execute you. A Jew can pray in a mosque, not in a church though. They despise you.
What does that have to do with anything?
What?
What does that have to do with anything?
Okay. Wait. Now Jews can't pray in. Yes, they can pray in churches. Unless you're saying by Jewish law, there's something in the Jewish law that
Ali is
forbids
referring to is the opinion of certain medieval rabbis who said that Jews cannot pray in churches, but can pray in mosques. So if this opinion exists, does it have any effect on anyone in the modern world? No. Jews aren't going to mosques to pray. They have their own buildings they pray in, right? Plus, you can pray on the street, in your own home. You know, you can pray all kinds of places. No one is being like, oh, I need to go to the mosque to pray because my only options are literally anywhere else or the mosque. So I guess, because that one, literally anywhere else except for that church or that mosque, I guess I'll choose the mosque rather than in my own home, or the street, the synagogue. It has no effect on anyone, nor does it have anything to do with his argument. It literally has nothing to do with anything. He just said it for no reason. It has no connection to anything else said in this. Stupid.
You're a coward. You are a fraud.
And he still forgave him because our religion of Christianity believes in that.
Yes, religion of Christianity believes in that. Yes, turn out that she gave. We've seen what the Crusaders done when the Crusaders at one moment they were cannibals, man. They were eating people alive. Yes, when they took over Jerusalem.
They were not eating people alive at all. This is complete garbage. Was there a time during a siege that there might have been cannibalism involved? Sure, but again, Islam has no issue with that. It's not forbidden.
I don't. Even like the extremely rare human tribes that practiced cannibalism, I'm not aware of anyone who has ever practiced eating people alive, right? Even the rare tribes that practice eating dead people didn't eat people alive. What in the world is he smoking? This is just utter nonsense.
You're right, because his accusation isn't just that they performed cannibalism. It is that they were eating people while they're still living. They're there gnawing on their leg. It's like that did not happen. Was there times in sieges that there might have been some sort of cannibalism of dead body? Yeah, that's something that happens in sieges quite often.
Actually, it's important to understand what a siege is, right? So people hear the term siege and they don't know what siege warfare really means, right? They think it's just like surrounding a fortress and bombarding it with cannonballs or other weapons. What siege warfare is an attempt to starve people out, right? To blockade the city, the protected city, rather than doing the hard thing and, you know, trying to conquer their defenses, you just form a blockade around it and starve the people to death to where they eventually give up. So yeah, when you're facing starvation, there is a possibility that you'll resort to cannibalism rather than starve to death. That is a thing that humans have done in human history. This is not an ordinary thing. It's not just something that they're doing for the heck of it, right? It's a very unfortunate consequence of practicing siege warfare, that siege warfare will sometimes lead to cannibalism.
Yeah, and we're not talking, again, he's talking about like this happened in mass or this happened even a documented case of this occurring. There is no documented case at all. This is not historical in any way, shape, or form. It's fantasy that he's got in his head.
And all that kind of stuff. And anti-Semitism comes from you guys. You're an absolute. That's why you don't invite Muslims to your show, because you will get destroyed, bro. You will get.
Okay, hold on. Again, he just flipped again. Are we the bad guys? Are the Christians the bad guys, or are the Christians the ones getting spat on and attacked? Because I can't decide if the Jews are the bad guys, are supposed to be the bad guys in this video, or are the Christians are supposed to be the bad guys in this video. Because Ali Dawah keeps flopping. I can't keep track.
I don't understand his point here. Well, I mean, it's Ali Dawah. He just says words and pretends they're connected. But he says Christians invented anti-Semitism, which is probably not true, right? It probably existed before the time of Christ. But certainly there have been Christians who were anti-Semitic. I don't know if this is something that's invented also, right? Hatred of other is kind of just a universal human condition. But regardless of that, he says that Christians invented anti-Semitism. Therefore, I guess this is Patrick Bet David. I kind of recognize him a little bit now. He looks very different in this shot than his normal, whatever. Anyway, you won't have Muslims on your show, even though he has had Muslims on his show in the past, by the way, because Christians invented anti-Semitism. How does those two things have anything to do with it? That would be maybe a reason why he wouldn't have Jews on his show. But what would that have anything to do with Muslims?
Doesn't.
You won't have Muslims on because you hate the Jews and we also hate the Jews. What? What is that? That makes no sense whatsoever.
Get dismantled. You will get annihilated intellectually. You intellectual midget. You're a coward.
Yeah.
We're supposed to sit in America, think it's okay with what's going on in Dearborn and Somalia, and Governor Tim Walz has the audacity.
Anyway, I don't want to listen to this bastard anymore. He's a bastard. That's what he is in that matter. You can even see that, bro.
He doesn't want to
Yeah, that's it. He just lost it. It's like, God.
Dearborn, run away. I don't want to hear what's happening in Dearborn.
I don't want my audience to know what's happening in Dearborn because, they might not like it.
Yeah, very
Sister,
strange.
subhanAllah.
Anyway,
It just
I don't want to hear
frustrates
any more
me.
of this bastard. I don't want to hear any more of this bastard. And again, this is an edited video. Why did he play that? Why not cut it off before he starts saying the part that you don't want people to hear?
You could have just cut it off, said, okay, we're done here. That was his main points. We're ready to continue on. Anything like that could have been an easy transition. So here's my final thoughts on his main
Ali
points
Dawah
here.
is the most clueless YouTuber imaginable. And he has the audacity to call other people intellectual midgets. Right? This guy who can't figure out what a triangle and a square are. This guy who would fail kindergarten. He has the audacity to call other people intellectual midgets because he thinks that that's like some grand insult. You'd be destroyed if you let me on your program. I'd lecture you about impossible existence being a type of existence, and you'd be destroyed. You'd be humiliated.
I just want to know if he was allowed on, would he bring a kid's toy again to try to prove his point?
Yeah, this is a guy, right? Okay, so this is important to realize. This is not a guy who just like randomly came up with a bad argument on the spot against God logic. This is a guy who planned this. When knew God logic was coming to London, said, this is my grand plan to humiliate the Christians. What I'll do, I'll go to the store and I'll find a children's toy and I'll buy that toy and I'll bring it to Speaker's Corner. And then I'll say that God is equivalent to a children's toy. And if your God can't be explained by this children's toy, then your God doesn't exist. Because my God absolutely is as sophisticated as a children's toy. And that's the only kind of God I can accept. And this was his ingenious plan. You can't put a square next to a triangle. And yeah, you can. It makes a house shape. Not that that's actually an analogy for God, but his stupid analogy didn't even work, right? You can't combine a square and a triangle in any way, except you can combine a square and a triangle. He's too stupid to actually understand how shapes work, and he thinks this is his genius plan to prove that the God of the universe, which his own religion teaches is unlike anything in creation, can't exist because it's unlike a children's toy. That's his ingenious plan.
Yep.
And then
That's
he calls
the
other people
intellectual-
intellectual midgets.
Yep. That's our intellectual competition here.
Creates me, brothers and sisters, that the absolute lie. Why would Muslims hate America? Why? Why would they? You go and bomb God knows how many countries, displace them, yes? This destabilize, yes, the Middle East. And when they come to their country, you know when it was here the graph, it was, oh, look at the top countries that are in benefits in America. My friend, you've invaded all of those countries, Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, yes? You go and cause this instability, and then when those people are looking for a better way of life because you've massacred them, men, women, children, uncles, whatever it is for that matter, they don't have a system. Yes, you've mashed up the whole country, stolen their resources. When they come to America,
Ali Dawah's logic here, okay? Ali Dawah's logic is that Muslims hate America because America has militarily intervened. And let's just say Afghanistan. We'll just pick one for example, because certainly the United States has not intervened in every Islamic country by any means, but we'll just pick one they actually have, right? The U.S. has intervened in, say, Saudi Arabia anytime recently, or any North African country, or the other Gulf countries other than Iraq and Iran. I mean, Iran's, not exactly a Gulf country, but you get my point, right? Certainly hasn't intervened in Indonesia, but they have intervened in Afghanistan. So let's just say Afghanistan. So by his logic, Afghan people hate America because America intervened militaristically against the Taliban. America left Afghanistan, and the Taliban is back in charge. By his logic, these people who hate America because they did such a horrible thing by removing the Taliban, and now that the Taliban is restored, they want to leave Afghanistan and come to America because they hate America for removing the Taliban that is back in control. Do you understand how ridiculous this statement is?
Well, this goes all the way back to the founding of America itself and dealing with Muslim pirates at the very beginning. It's like that's no, we weren't the first ones. You guys attacked us. You guys started this thing. If you want to say Muslims against America, that would be the first sort of conflict that happened pretty quick after we got started here. And guess what? It was because you guys were capturing our people and selling them into slavery. We had an issue with that. So we had a bit of a problem. From the very beginning.
Our military intervention in Afghanistan was directly related to this little thing, which apparently just reoccurred last week, where multiple airplanes were flown into American buildings, killing 3,000 people. And we said, enough is enough. We need to get rid of this bin Laden clown who is funding all this nonsense. That is why we intervened in Afghanistan. So obviously, Muslims are fully justified in hating America so much that they immigrate here for a better life because we overthrew the government that was supporting bin Laden. And then we eventually managed to kill bin Laden, although it took quite a number of years.
Yep. Now, go to Muslim nations. You do find that, yes, America is considered a big, evil, bad serpent. And Israel's a small one.
Yep.
So, yes, it's been for quite a while that America's been the bad guy. And Muslims do hate America in many Muslim nations. Does that mean all Muslims?
And that's fine, right? Well, I mean, it's not really fine. But if they want to hate America in Afghanistan, they can hate America in Afghanistan all they want. But to suggest that the people coming to America should continue to hate America that has allowed them to come here legally, right? Given them refugee status or asylum status because the government wants to kill them, because the Taliban wants to kill all kinds of Muslims living in Afghanistan, that they should continue to hate America because America tried to get rid of the Taliban that is now persecuting them and they are escaping from. That makes no sense whatsoever. I think that anyone who says that Muslims who are granted the privilege, and it is absolutely a privilege, of immigrating to the United States have no right to continue to hate the United States is perfectly justified in that statement. If you hate America, don't immigrate to America. It's not that complicated. You can go somewhere else. Maybe Saudi Arabia will allow you to immigrate there. Oh, wait, they won't because they're not generous. They are not loving the way that Christian nations are. They are absolutely as wealthy as America in the rich Gulf countries, but they don't allow Muslim immigration to their countries. I wonder why. Because they don't actually have the biblical spirit. They don't actually value human life the way that we do. So if you want to come to America, we have every right to demand that you stop hating us. End of story.
Yep.
Why are you here? Like Malcolm X, who said, the chickens have come home to roost. Yes? So in a nutshell, you can see what kind of a coward he is, and Ahmed is a hero, and a bigot dirtbag like him cannot. I bet this guy lost sleep. When he found that it was Ahmed, there was rumors in X saying that he's a Christian Lebanese. Even Netanyahu came and said he was a Jew. They were dying. And you know what? I believe Mossad's behind it. I believe, and like Candace Owens also called out, I believe Mossad's behind it. You know what they do? They know who's going to do what. They stop them when they need to stop them, and they let them go when they need to let them go. I believe that. It's conspiracy, call it whatever. There was a lot of conspiracy, there's a lot of things. When it comes to the truth. That's all I want to say, inshallah, brothers and sisters. Islam is the haq, and alhamdulillah.
That's even better. I thought that he was going to claim Assad planned this, but no, they just magically know the plan that every random human being on the entire planet, and if they don't like their plans, they stop them. If they do like their plans, they let them go ahead with their plans. That is beyond conspiracy nonsense. Conspiracy nonsense would be Mossad planned this as a false flag. But Ali believes that they magically know what's in everyone's mind and choose who they let exercise their free will. Other people, they stop them. What the heck is wrong with this freaking moron? If Israel is that powerful, why don't they just wipe Muslims off the planet? Or at least the Gulf countries that hate them. Iran, for example, right? Iran's supposedly their greatest enemy. Why don't they just wipe Iran off the map? If they're that powerful, that they can just read people's minds and then prevent them from doing things if they don't like it. How come they didn't prevent Iran from launching all those missiles at Israel 6 months ago or whatever that was? Huh? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they use their magic brainwashing powers to prevent the Iranian government from launching those missiles?
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. It was like they have this two-sided view of Israel. They're either the most incompetent people ever, bumbling around, can't even handle the people that are on their own border, or they are this powerful godlike character that can infiltrate everything and do everything at once, omnipowerful, able to influence nations, thousands of times its own size. That's what's at. They've got God complex with Israel.
Apparently. Or maybe complex because they're the ant to Israel being God.
So I think that's enough of Ali Dawah. He's blown to my brain enough. I definitely feel like I have a lower IQ because I've watched Ali Dawah and Daniel Kikachu. He really is the low IQ apologist there. So
I do want to say one other thing. I apparently am a prophet here because I haven't watched any of this. And when I made my community post announcing this stream, I said, if you want to watch me melt down over Ali Dawah's unique brand of hatred and stupidity, tune in live in 1 hour. And I think that probably definitely qualifies as a meltdown on my part, because I started off calm and by the end I was just ranting because this guy is such a lunatic. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm crashing out here, people.
These are their intellectual elite. These are the people that are at the top of their intellectual pile up. And this is the best they can do. Oy.
Yeah, that was really something. My brain hurts. Thanks.
Thank you to everyone in the chat that actually survived that with us. If you've made it to this far in the video, you deserve a thumbs up because that took some endurance. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Now, we'll be back actually tomorrow, right? But
Yes.
This time on your channel.
Yep. About 12 hours from now, we'll be live on my channel. I was sent a video that is called Muslim Marriage Predators. It's a long video. It contains a number of stories reflecting the widespread attitude within the Dawah community, specifically those doing Dawah, who believe that they have the right to unlimited access to women's bodies, essentially. Of course, they do it Islamically, where they marry them for a weekend or whatever. But they'll go to a city where they're doing a talk, and because they are disgusting, perverted men, they can't go 5 days without having sex, and they didn't bring their wives along, so they need to marry a girl in that city so that they can have sex over the coming days. So we'll be taking one of the stories from that video and reacting to it, possibly more in the future, but it is a very long video. We can't watch the whole thing. So we'll just be listening to one of the stories tomorrow.
That's going to be very interesting. Definitely in light of the new video that Daniel Hikikachu had just put out today. Actually, it was a live stream with him and his wife talking about marriage.
Ooh.
And they are advertising a marriage retreat that they have coming up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's a little disturbing. That is a little disturbing, considering this is Daniel, the guy who's joking with Muhammad Hijab and coaxing Muhammad Hijab to reveal the secrets of the Dawah community, how they all are taking secret wives. They all are, let's be honest here, basically having prostitutes. And that's the reality. They might call it a marriage, but it is an exchange of financial resources for sex. That is, by definition, prostitution, because these marriages are lasting a week, right? And according to Muhammad Hijab, and Daniel thinks this is the greatest thing ever. He thinks that American law is horrible because it would discourage this behavior. I'm sure it occurs in America as well, but American law at least discourages it to a degree. That 85% of da'is have engaged in this kind of casual sex for money relationship. He says does polygamy, but let's be honest, these second, third, fourth wives, they're not real wives. To the extent that the first wife is somewhat a real wife, I'll give them that. But these additional wives are just for the purpose of having sex in other places, right? Or just more sex in general. Because they are not really interested in having a relationship with these women. And they certainly are not interested in having families with them or long-term relationships or providing for them in any real way. They are only interested in getting more sex. More sex while they're on vacation, more sex perhaps while they are in their main area, because as Daniel laments, The American laws don't allow us to abuse our wives the way that Islamic laws allow us to abuse our lives. It's so horrible. The women actually have rights. If we divorce them, they can claim that they can take some of our money. They can't just be left on the street as used prostitutes to be used and abused by the next da'i. The American law is just so unfair to Islam. And now he's going to be giving marriage advice? This guy?
Yep.
This guy
Starting
who
the
says
whole series.
in Islam, we allow child marriage because the parents get to decide whether the child is raped by a man or not, whether they're providing enough money to rape their daughter? This guy?
Yep. Marriage counseling, whole marriage, it's a whole marriage retreat in Istanbul. Whole marriage, it's like a whole week. It's, yeah. He's selling it to singles and married couples, by the way. And he even has a special
what?
exception there for, yeah, tell me about it. A special exception if you need to bring a mahram or not. So, but that's
marriage counseling, couples retreat, singles allowed.
Yep. Singles allowed. After all, you can have more than one wife. So if you got a bunch, hey, this is window shopping. This is window shopping for wife number 2, 3, and 4. So we will be having fun with that topic tomorrow on Thaddeus's channel. We will be back on this channel this Saturday. We have the Christmas party followed by the year-end review that I'll be doing with just what status the channel is, what's happening, what happened this past year as far as the channel's related. So lots of numbers, lots of statistics, where your donations are going, what they were used for, that sort of thing. As well as an update on the Seek and Share Truth.
If it's like this year, somewhere around August, YouTube will randomly recommend that video to me.
What? That was like YouTube is weird.
Yeah, I don't know why it randomly recommended that video to me. I mean, it rarely recommends old live streams, right? It recommends very few old live streams, but just randomly, somewhere around August, it's like, here's the video you might be interested in too. Your brother in Christ financial review. I'm like, oh, I might be interested. December 2024. What?
Yeah, it's like every year, at least for like the last 3 or 4 years, I've made a point to do that. Ever since I get my channel monetized, is definitely the members, to have a members review, say, okay, here's how much I actually made from the channel. Here's what the deal is with the ministry. Hold me accountable. So that will be on this Saturday for all the members, definitely the new members who just got 5 more gifted members from Jack Ray. So 5 more people get to go watch that too, if they want. They might not be interested in statistics and status and number of subscribers and number of views and yada, yada, yada. But if you're interested in that sort of stuff and like that nerdy stuff, then this weekend will be for you. So, but with that, I will bid you guys adieu. And as always, Deus Vult.
God bless.